here. We always like to have a lot of public involvement in the decisions that we make, so we want to welcome you here tonight. At this time, I will recognize Brandon Guffey in District 6, who will lead us in invocation and pledge of allegiance.
Dear Lord, I pray that you stay with us tonight, allow us to make the best decision for the people. We have quite a few difficult decisions here. Make sure that we are working in the best interest of the people, and just be with us, keep calm heads, and make the best decisions. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We turn now to oath of office. If the following individuals are here and would come forward so that they can be sworn into office. Richard, let me put my glasses on. Simone with the Rock Hill York County Airport Commission, and Ronnie Taylor with the Veterans Memorial Park Advisory Committee. At this time, I would, on behalf of council, like to say thank you, gentlemen, for your willingness to serve and to do so on a volunteer basis. You don't get paid, and you rarely get thanked for what you do. But we couldn't do it without you, and this council couldn't operate, and county government couldn't operate without your service, and we really do appreciate what you're doing for the county.
I do solemnly swear that I'm duly qualified between the Constitution of this state, exercise the duties of the office to which I have been appointed, that I will to the best of my ability discharge the duties thereof, and preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of this state and of the United States. So help me God.
Thank you again. The only appearance tonight is one that's a little bit special for all of us. It's a tradition on our council to recognize council members who leave service, and typically that happens at appointed times at the end of the year, at the beginning. But we do have one council member whose term expires at midnight tonight, and that is Brandon Guffey. And he is going to have an election tomorrow. I'm sure he will have no problem at all, and that he will be serving us as State House representative come the same time, midnight tomorrow night. For anyone who knows Brandon, you know he's passionate, especially about chickens and tattoo parlors, but probably just about anything you talk to him about. One of the things that I love about Brandon is we can argue all night long, and I mean all night long. And at the end of the day, he's still going to be very professional. He's still going to be friends, and he's still going to walk away with a smile. And I really do appreciate what you do and how you do that. You've been through a lot, and I know that our council respects you for the things that you have gone through and what you have done to allow folks to share in things that have happened in your personal life. And that you don't find too many people that are willing to be vulnerable like that, and you've allowed folks to walk with you through your journey and at continuing on. But at this time, we get to do a little bit of something fun. We get to present him with a plaque, and so I'll have all the council members come up, and we'll take a picture. And got a good mug on there.
So I'm going to say a few words, and I've got a speech that I wrote for tonight after the meeting, in which I'm going to share everything that happened with my son back in July, because I think it's important for the community to know. Sorry. I wrote something for every one of the council members up here. I know some of you might be a little scared with the way I can get opinionated, but first of all, I want to thank the citizens of York County first and foremost for trusting me to be your voice up here. It's truly been my greatest honor so far. I want to thank staff for always being there. Karen, our clerk, always kept me on task, make sure I didn't miss things. She knows how unorganized I am. Kevin, our financial guru, who doesn't only help explain finances sometimes, but he's often my debate board. We like to get each other's blood pressure riled up, debating things, bouncing back and forth. David, our head honcho, taught me what it is to have a poker face in politics, which I have not learned. Christy said I stay professional, but that's something I definitely work on because I get a little emotional sometimes. But David, regardless of what you need help with, you never know where he stands because he's just going to help you regardless. Our county attorney, Michael, keeps us, he's over there, keeps us from ending up on the wrong side of litigation, which is extremely important. And as far as our council members here, Councilwoman Love, who I've probably put in more hours on the phone with you over the past 2 years than anyone else. While many may see me and Allison argue at times up here, we just have just as many laughs and agreements on things as we do argue back and forth on things. We're both passionate, we're both extremely hard-headed. I don't think she'll argue with me on that. Councilman Audette, brother. I really wish I could bottle your enthusiasm and ability to always see the positive in situations. When I first met you, I thought it was just like a political persona, but you couldn't be more authentic, and I love it. I'm envious of it, that's for sure. Councilman Roddy, should I say Coach Bump? For those of you who don't know, many of our leaders have had a huge impact on me growing up. Bump was my 9th grade football coach, along with Superintendent Smallsy was my 9th grade English teacher, and Superintendent Quinn was my 10th grade English teacher. So they've had a huge impact in the man that I am today. Bump, we don't always agree on all matters, but I feel like we are in line whenever it comes to government overreach on many things, especially with building codes. But I can never express how much of an impact that you have had on my life, whether you know it or not. Joel, my man. Joel and I have been friends prior to me ever deciding to run for council. And no one, including my friends, even knew I was going to file until it became time to. But you don't know how good of a friend he was, is that I called him to let him know. He said, hire an attorney, hire an accountant, and talk to me after the election. So he keeps things above board for sure. But I'm really envious of Joel's talent, because I'll sit up here and speak for 20 minutes and Joel will wrap it up in 2 sentences. So a lot of times I want him to just speak first so I can just say ditto and move on. Vice Chair Winkler, you're the person I needed the least whenever I came on the council. I didn't know if I would argue a lot or we'd align a lot. Truthfully, I still don't know usually until it's meeting time, because you have a character of transparency and approach that's always been consistent. And I think it's a lot to look up to. I've learned a lot, and I hope I can take those skills with me down to Columbia. Chairwoman Cox, our leader. When I first met Christy, I gave her no reason to work with me whatsoever. I came in, if anyone knows me, I'm very opinionated. I came in extremely opinionated and biased towards her. And I was wrong for that, and I apologize. But one of the first things she did was help me. Even though I was not extremely polite right off the bat, she showed that she was a good leader and turned around and helped me right away. I've enjoyed keeping her on her toes probably more than anybody else. I like to mess with people and have a little bit of fun. From our first budget meeting, and still to this day, continuing to mention how great a Dave Law Boulevard extension would be. But I don't think I'll stop doing that either for the next couple of years.
I don't expect you to.
But we've all worked hard to move York County forward together, so it's bittersweet to say goodbye. While many of us think of our accomplishments such as parks, recode, conservation, I prefer to say chickens, campers, food trucks, and now tattoos, hopefully after tonight. But thank you all.
Thank you, Brandon.
Excellent, Brandon.
On behalf of the council, I know we have very much appreciated working with you and getting to know you and know your heart and your passion. And you know, we all have different opinions, but for us to be able to have those strong opinions and still walk away, friends, that's a big thing. And we wish you well in Columbia, which we know you will be there. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Real quick, can I mind if I say something?
Sure.
Brother, I tell you what, it's been an honor working with you up here. I tell you, we came on at the same time, and I tell you, the journey over the last 2 years has been excellent, and I know you're gonna rock Columbia there. So you go get them,
Thank you.
and it's been great being up here with you, bro.
Appreciate it.
As long as we're saying something.
Yep.
I was awfully excited to be joined by my good friend Brandon up here. And my only, consolation here with losing Brandon as a councilman is that I'll be gaining him in his representation at the State House. So thank you for stepping up to the plate and agreeing to go down to Columbia and representing this area. And we're all grateful for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. We move now to our public forum session, and this is an opportunity for folks to speak directly to the council. We are allotted 15 individuals who can speak for 2 minutes apiece, and those folks would have signed up tonight. I will say a few things. This is not the time to make any personal comments. In fact, it states this at the bottom. Anyone who appears before council, you're to keep your comments to something that's a council issue. We will be glad to hear from you. We want to hear from you. We've built this into the agenda to hear from you. We don't ask questions because typically this is the time where folks who may speak with us about something that you don't have the opportunity to speak to council on before we vote on throughout here, that was the opportunity for that to come in. But we ask that all comments don't be directed to individuals or personal attacks because we can't attack back. So the point is for you to share information so that we know it before we make a decision. A couple of things too. We have a lot of public hearings tonight. I think we are going to be here a long time. And so if you are here for a public hearing item and I call your name, you are not restricted in time at the public hearing stage, but you will only have 2 minutes at this time. So if you prefer to wait and save your comments for the public hearing, I would encourage you to do that because then I won't have to cut you off. The only other thing is I hate cutting people off. It's a rude thing that I grew up as with a Southerner. I don't like to cut people off, but that's my job, so I will do that. If you will please pay attention to the screen. We've apparently changed the way it looks now. It's gonna give you, if you on this front, when you have like 20 seconds left, it'll go to yellow, and then it will go to red when your time is up. And if you will kindly cut off your comments at the red, then that will keep me from having to do it for you. First individual is Jerry Green. Oh, and please state your name and give your address when you speak.
If you could tell me when to start.
There you go.
Hello, my name is Jerry Green, and I live at 3020 Legion Road, Smyrna, South Carolina, 29743. I am an employee of York County Road Maintenance Department. I come to the council meeting for help regarding a rescind of resignation approval. On 10/24/22, I submitted a 2-week resignation for a new driving job. On 10/27/22, I was injured at work and ordered light duty, and was informed light duty was not available. As a result of the injury, I am unable to take the job I resigned to do. On 11/2/22, I submitted a rescind of resignation per the county policy. At this point, I have yet to get approval for the rescind of resignation and do not understand why. Thank you for your time and support and for understanding this unusual circumstance. May you please help. Kind regards, Jerry Green.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer Boland.
Good evening. I'm Jennifer Pullen, I'm principal of Cottonbelt Elementary. I reside at 914 Allwood Road, York, South Carolina, and I apologize for my voice. Been fighting a cold. I'm wanting to speak tonight on behalf of York School District 1 impact fee. At the second reading, there was a statement to the fact that Cottonbelt Elementary really had not seen an increase in enrollment. As of today, our enrollment for Cottonbelt Elementary is 450 students. Wednesday, we will have 4 new students starting with us. Last year on this date, we had an enrollment of 409 students. This school year, we're using every available room in our building. There are no spaces not being used. We are even using storage areas as meeting spaces. This increase in enrollment is before many of the houses have even been sold in the housing developments that have been approved in our area. For our district enrollment study, we know this could be potentially 252 units for Cottonbelt. This is just projects that have been approved by the city, not the county. And at the time of the study, we didn't have an estimated number for one of those developments. Our district is going to be in need of an additional elementary and middle school to accommodate the growth in our area. By voting to implement this impact fee, this will reduce the amount that we will have to ask taxpayers for a bond referendum later. This will also reduce the impact on our local business owners. Growth should pay for growth. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am. Maria Alosi? Okay. Ken Verne?
Hi, Ken Verne, 4565 Pamela Court, Long Grove, Illinois. First, congratulations, Councilman Guffey. Very exciting for you. I'm back for our second read this evening. During our prior meeting, you asked to defer it to give us an opportunity to meet with the local residents. I feel we've had a very productive 3 weeks. Mr. Nichols isn't here this evening. Mr. Johnson could give a quick friendly wave that says, we did spend some time with them. We do believe, based on the best of my knowledge, we have an agreement. And so excited to put that item behind us. And then just to reiterate again, the 60 feet is just for our parcel, not for the rear parcels. The loading docks facing the interstate is in the best interest of everybody around us, and the local community agrees with that. And so we're very excited to hopefully get going in December with Mr. Weitzel's ground crew, who's going to do all of our earthwork. So we definitely feel like we're part of the community without being part of the community. So we're excited to be here and appreciate your support this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ben Johnson? Okay. Ronnie Taylor?
Ronnie Taylor, 1411 Lincoln Road, York, South Carolina. And I'm here tonight to invite y'all and everybody that's watching and everybody's here to the Veterans Day Parade. This is coming Saturday, November the 12th. It's the day after Veterans Day, but the agreement we made when we transferred the property to the county is that we would have the day closest to Veterans Day for the Veterans Day Parade and ceremony, and the Sunday before Memorial Day for the Memorial Day service. Our parade's gonna start. The parade's going to start at 9, lining up at 9:30 at 60 North Congress Street. That's the old Ford place. We're asking you to come in off of Congress, and we'll go out the back. Parade pulls out at 10 o'clock on the dot. If any of y'all want to walk in it, you're welcome. If you want to ride, you need to bring your own vehicle, because we're not going to furnish them for you. Mr. Guffey, you might not be a council member, but you're still welcome. This is the York County Veterans Memorial Parade. It's not City of York's parade. So I think all of y'all got a flyer, and I encourage you to all come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. We appreciate what you do to hold that event. Michael Pruner?
Good evening. Michael Pruner, 841 Hollis Lakes Road, Rock Hill. So I do stand by my previous comments at the public hearing. Gotten a lot of updated numbers. Kind of curious why the numbers keep changing. But I'm asking you tonight on the York District 1 impact fee to consider the small business impact. So it's not going to affect the national builders out there on the highway. I've built over 100 homes in York District 1. I am local. I live in Rock Hill. The last home that I built in York District 1 that I sold for $221,000, I paid $21,818 in governmental taxes and fees, stormwater, permit, taxes, property tax, plat review fees, inspection fees, deed stamps on the property that I bought, recording fees. You know, it just adds up and adds up and adds up. Adding another $12,000 is not reasonable to a small business. I'll move on to the Fort Mill School impact fee that's before you tonight under new business. $18,000 was approved in 2018. It included Catawba Ridge High School, which was a bonded school. That's not allowed under state law. The county caught that. Instead of releasing half of the money of the $50 million collected, filed legal action against the school district. Tonight's action that the council's being asked to do, in the best of terms, is underhanded. 4 times the state legislature tried to change the law to let Fort Mill School District use that money. They haven't been able to solve that problem. I don't think the council can either. Anyone that bought a home in the past 3 years, a new home in Fort Mill School District, please contact the Home Builders Association. We'd like to talk to you about the refund that you're due. Thank you.
Christy Spears.
I'm Christy Spears, the chairwoman of the Fort Mill School Board. I reside at 7102 Anchorage Lane in TGK. I'm here to talk about the capital improvement plan that Fort Mill School District has asked you to approve way down on your agenda much later tonight. We were the first district in the state to go down the road. We've learned a lot. We have always maintained a 10-year facility needs study. In 2018, when we passed that, we did include at that point the 4 schools that were immediately on our horizon. They have all been built. They are all fully occupied. We were actually in one today. Since then, we've added 3,000 more students to our district. We've grown from 15,000 to 18,000. The growth continues. We're adding about 30 to 50 every month, even after the summer influx. So we're here today to ask to amend our capital improvement plan to add the schools that would be the additional capacity needs that remain in front of us. That consists of 2 more elementaries, a middle school, and some additional seats at the high school. The Development Impact Fee Act in Section 61950 actually addresses the process for reviewing and updating the capital improvement plan. That's what's been done thus far through the Planning Commission. That's what we're asking you to look at tonight. Our goal is the same as it was in 2018. We want to continue to leverage this tool to minimize the burden of taxes on especially our small businesses, by having growth pay for growth. We appreciate your consideration, and we'll be here if you have any questions when you get to that part of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Carrie Bishop.
Carrie Bishop, 1851 Bonray Drive, Rock Hill. The county website states all citizens that wish to address council or individual council members should do so in a calm and appropriate manner. On May 14th, 2021, a council member used his council status to speak for or on behalf of the New Indy Paper Mill. He's also an employee there. He said, and I quote, "I know the guys who are running the facility, great group of individuals. They're going to do all they can to make sure
Ms.
this
Bishop, your
not
comments
just
are
goes away,
directed
but is
to a
handled
specific
properly."
person that can't respond back. So if you want to keep
Well,
your
I've
comments
tried to
to
call
a
and
county
he
council
ignores me. So I'm gonna invoke my right here. And if you don't like it, I'll show up next time to serve you.
If you will keep your comments to an issue that's a jurisdictional matter for the council.
It is a jurisdictional matter for the council that you're not invoking.
And if you'll follow that, I'll be happy to hear the rest of your comments.
Anyway, EPA and DHEC refuse to enforce adequate toxin treatment technology. When will your employer do what was claimed they would do? Mr. Roddy. Now I know he can't answer that. Thank you.
Wes Tuttle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Try to follow that with a little something a little more lighthearted. Councilman Guffey, I do want to personally thank you for your service and wish you definitely the best of luck at the state level. Sorry, I'm Wes Tuttle. I am 2066 Masons Bend Drive, Fort Mill, South Carolina. I'm the president of the Tuttle Company and the current chair of the board for the York County Regional Chamber of Commerce, which I am here on behalf of tonight. Mr. Dean Fell, the president, just gave you all a letter that was written by Dr. Stacy Moore of York Technical College, and we are here tonight in request of a one-time grant to go towards workforce development. It's also headed up by Celeste Tiller that works with the chamber. Dr. Stacy Moore was not able to be here tonight, so I'm actually speaking on her behalf, and just want to kind of give you a couple of key points that's in that letter that you all just received. York Tech, along with Winthrop, Clinton College, and other and 4 school districts, charter and private schools, are all dedicated, as we all know, to workforce development. It's a huge issue. It is one that is bigger than what individual companies or even individual schools can do by themselves. So we're trying to bring it all together into one bigger picture to help serve and find solutions to the issues with workforce development. We have significant labor challenges. Dr. Moore points out that she has served on many local workforce development committees and other organizations in York County. And all with good intentions, great people working on specific issues related to workforce development, but the work has been patchy and has felt incomplete. So we're trying to bring it all together to find common ground. The recognized need is a more centralized, strategic, and comprehensive approach that the Chamber has laid out, and one that Dr. Moore is involved in helping to create. Definitely want to thank you all for considering this grant, and thank you for your time and everything else that you do for the county.
Thank you, sir. R.C. Weldon. Okay. Nate Pierce.
Morning, y'all. Nate Pierce, 507 East Main Street in Rock Hill. Council members and Madam Chair, I'm standing here tonight in place of Dan Blue, who wished to be here, but he had a scheduling conflict. He asked me to send his regards. Dan and I represent a local business called the Chantilly. It's owned by, excuse me, longtime York County residents Jeff and Laura Rogers. Laura's with us here this evening. The Rogers have operated their business as a rustic event venue for over 15 years. They host about 10 weddings a year, bringing large groups of people to York County to enjoy our local community. We're specifically here this evening to talk about agenda item number 3 under old business, during which this body will consider an amendment to Chapter 155 of the county ordinance zoning code that would alter the development standards for event venue businesses. The proposed amendment to Chapter 155 would have a drastic impact on the business owned by the Rogers, requiring their occasionally used rustic event venue to be upfitted like a permanently occupied commercial property. The Chantilly and the Rogers are not the only business and business owners that are facing this dilemma. The owners of other similar businesses are here, and they've spoken to County Council during public comment before. If this amendment's passed right now without these businesses having time to prepare for the negative impacts, they're potentially going to be facing tens of thousands of dollars of upfitting and the loss of business that is planned months or years in advance. We're asking that the council table the proposed amendments to Chapter 155 to give the owners of these businesses the opportunity to meet with the building code administrator to develop and present proposals for the amendment to Chapter 155 and to take steps that they can to mitigate the effects of the ordinance, however it turns out. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Chris Revels.
Chris Revels, Chairman, York School District Number 1. I reside at 2121 Legion Road in Smyrna. First, let me thank you for the opportunity to come before council tonight. Ask that you continue to support the impact fees as presented in the first and second reading that came before you. I have several bullet points for you. First, there have been questions surrounding the process that many of us have asked ourselves as we discussed impact fees. What is a good number for those residential homes? How it will impact our current residents and business? Being from Hickory Grove and Sharon area, the rural part of the county, I can tell you that many people have come up to me and asked, how are we going to deal with this growth? Many of you say, well, that side of the county is not growing. But I can tell you that people in Hickory Grove, Smyrna, Sharon, the western side of the county, their kids come to York for intermediate, middle, and high school. The growth in the York area is impacting the people in western York County. Back to the numbers. The law states that these numbers should be determined based on good data evaluated by professionals in their field and not arbitrarily pulled out of the air. We have presented you with data that have endured a process that has taken way too long and caused us to lose countless tax dollar or impact fees. Served on this board for 18 years now, feels like 40. This board has come before you. We've managed our dollars very conservatively, and we've done the best we can with the resources that we have, but we're come to the tipping point. I ask that you make your decisions tonight based on the fact, with one thing in mind, and that's the safety and the education of students within York School District 1. I don't think any of you want to see our students in crowded classrooms with high student-teacher ratios, nor do I think you want to see our students in mobile units. I ask that you cast your vote tonight for the current and future students of this school district. They deserve the best you can, as well as all the other school districts in York County deserve. After all, they are the future of York School District 1. If you're in favor of the impact fees tonight, please stand.
Thank you, sir. Terry Hutchison. Defer. Kyle Eller.
Good evening. Hi again to some of you. My name is Kyle Eller. I live at 324 Redberry Court. I've got two items on my personal comment for today. One is regarding the tattoo shops that has come to my attention over the last couple of days, that there's some negativity and some contingency going on, some points of contention. My only comments on that are to be pro-business, and I request that the council remain pro-business. A lot of what we have dealt with in York County has been hyper-growth in residential areas, and that's been unparalleled with commercial and industrial economic development. We need businesses, and any way that we can be pro for that, I really do feel like we need to, every little mark, every little piece of recruiting businesses and allowing those entrepreneurs and small business owners and artists to express themselves in state-regulated ways, I think is a very good thing to do. So I hope that the council can consider how that impacts those small business entrepreneurs and those opportunities that they have in York County. My second item is regarding the York impact fees. This is the third chance that we have had to get this right. We've had plenty of time to look at the numbers. We have had a study put together by a nationally acclaimed, peer-reviewed author who's been doing this for decades, wrote the book on addressing growth. The numbers are there. The home affordability plans are there. I understand that it is a difficult decision, but this is an opportunity where we have a chance to get ahead of growth. It's an opportunity to support the school districts ahead of what they have coming. We were behind the 8 ball on the other two. We've had issues with the other two. The third one, we can do it right. In final comments, in understanding that there may not be anything pressing over the next couple of council meetings, I'd like to thank Councilman Hamilton and Councilman Winkler for their service as they roll off at the end of their terms, and also Councilman Guffey as you go to secure your House seat coming up tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Emily Miss Kelly.
My name is Emily Miskelly, and I live at 1718 Chester High. I'm in 2nd grade at Jefferson Elementary. I am here to ask you to please pass the impact fee for York 1 at the full amount. My future depends on it. I can't learn with crowded classrooms, and it would be hard for teachers to teach too. Think about me and my friends when you vote.
Thank you, ma'am. I cannot tell. We did have a few folks who scratched out, and so I'm going to allow these other two folks that were listed to come and speak. I can't tell if they meant to be on there or not. Rochelle Jackson. Okay. Or Jim Bradford.
My name is Jim Bradford. I live at 12 Wright Avenue, York. Based on the rigorous study commissioned by the York School District 1 and verified by council's own experts reviewing, here are the facts. District 1 will be facing at least 590 new students within 5 years and 1,140 within 10. At the time of the impact study in 2020, the city of York had 1,275 pending and approved single-family dwelling units, and that number has now increased to 2,390. To deal with these increases, the district will need to build a new elementary school and a new middle school at a total cost of $116 million. This will require a bond referendum. If County Council approves the impact fees in full as proposed, the district will accumulate $36 million, and the bond referendum amount would be reduced to $80 million. Adopting impact fees will result in a 48% savings to residential property owners who would have to pay less over the life of these bonds. As a former city council member in York who encouraged and voted for new residential growth to benefit the York community, I urge adoption of the impact fees requested by the school district as a reasonable way to ease the tax burden on existing and new residential property owners and help the district provide classrooms for the children who will soon be coming. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Matthew Snyder.
Matthew Snyder, 184 Avery Jones Lane. Brandon, congratulations. Thank you for your service, and good luck in the election to come. Today I'm here to share my personal thoughts on tattoo parlors, and I guess the archaic way that they're still not allowed in York County, being in a pro-business state and a pro-business county. So as someone with tattoos, I think one of the things I will benefit from this, outside of the economic development and enhanced quality of life, is regulating ink and things that may not be thought about or brought up. They are some of the cleanest places you've ever gone, as clean as a surgeon's room, and they have to be. They use medical grade equipment. But on top of that, being pro-business, I have to drive to Charlotte to get a tattoo. I have to bring my money elsewhere. Furthermore, being a small business owner of a technology startup, a lot of people in the technology space are passionate about personal feeling-driven things like tattoos and quality of life enhancements. So as of right now, people that we are recruiting to work for our company are moving to Charlotte because it's more convenient for their quality of life. And outside of that, thinking about what may come and thoughts that may come out tonight, some people that have tattoos that you may not be aware of: Theodore Roosevelt, Andrew Jackson, Charlie Daniels, and good old Willie Nelson. So think about the people coming to speak tonight and that they may be fans of these phenomenal Americans. Appreciate your time. And Brandon, again, thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, sir. That concludes our public forum session. We appreciate all of you for getting up and speaking. At this time, do we have a motion on our consent agenda?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. We move now to our first public hearing of the night. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider second reading case number 22-11, tax map number 52500000012, to rezone from AGC to RUD1, 14.02 acres in District 5. Ms. Steele.
Good evening, everybody. This first rezoning request here is from AGC to RUD1. It's a 14-acre parcel off of Saluda Road. You would have seen this rezoning request here a few months ago. The applicant changed it from RUD to RUD1, so we're coming back forward for another public hearing. The request here is to build a subdivision of 11 lots with 1-acre lots. There is a nearby subdivision off Autumnwood Drive, similar to this one here. The zoning in the area is a combination of AGC and RUD. The future land use map for the area is agricultural. Staff recommends approval, so does the Planning Commission by a vote of 8-0. It's in line with the comprehensive plan as well as the area. I will mention, though, that the approvals came forward for the RUD from Planning Commission, not the RUD1. But this is actually more restrictive, so we did not go back to Planning Commission for that.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yeah,
So-
Dan, go ahead.
This didn't, the applicant who made this application, my understanding from you that this was presented for second reading based upon the previous builder application. That's when it was submitted for public hearing, and now we
Yes,
have a new builder.
There's a previous applicant, that's correct.
We have a new builder.
Okay. Diane, real quick, any additional details on a traffic study done on this one at all that could be shared?
No, those will be done if it's necessary when it comes for development, not during the rezoning process.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? If you'll come forward and state your name. If you'll come forward and state your name and give your address.
Gerald Matthews, 3945 Saluda Road. I have property beside and behind this. I'm zoned ag. I was promised 30 years ago this wouldn't happen. There it is. I've been there 41 years, and there it's happening. Y'all talk about growth and all that. To me, growth is nothing but problems. And I would appreciate it if you'd vote against it. At
Thank you,
least
sir.
keep it ag. Thank you.
Thank you,
Y'all have a
sir.
great night.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against? I was checking to see if there's anyone else. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move close.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion to defer, please?
Move to defer.
Second.
Thank you. We'll just leave it there. Thank you for that. At this point, we've had some discussion. This is a brand-new applicant, so I think some of the communications that have been had with the community to get to the result that was proposed months ago have now changed, and so additional communications with the community with this new builder and this new plan are going to need to happen. So I would request that we defer this to allow that time. All those in favor of deferral say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, deferral is granted. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 22-18, tax map number 561-000037, to rezone from GC to RUD, 5.3 acres in District 2. Ms. Dill.
Rezoning case 2218 is to go from GC to RUD in the Lake Wiley area. It's 5.3 acres. There's an existing single-family home on this property as well as a shipping container, and that's why we're getting the property rezoned to RUD. The current property here is under violation for that shipping container. It's currently zoned GC, and you cannot do a shipping container in a GC property. However, you can do a shipping container in RUD if the property is 5 acres or greater, which this property is. They are required to screen it from view from the road as well as from the people next door, and so we'll have to move that shipping container back a little further and screen it from view. Staff recommends approval for this application here. The area here is GC. This doesn't align with the comprehensive plan. However, it does remove that violation. The use will stay as it is. It's a non-conforming use. They'll be conforming now as a residential property in an RUD district. So we recommend approval as well as the planning commission.
Any questions of staff? Thank you, Ms. Dill. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor? Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We move now to item number 3, rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 22-22, tax map number 28600000072, to rezone from RSF 40 to ID, 5.93 acres in District 3.
This property is the former Stacy's Greenhouse on Filbert Road. They are wanting to rezone this from RSF 40 residential to ID. The applicant is using the property right now for his a scrap dealership where they actually return scrap metal to this property here, which requires it to be an ID zone. The area here along Filbert Highway, the majority of the property in the area is residential. We have RSF 40 as well as some RUD and AGC across the road. The comprehensive land use plan for the area recommends single-family residential. And so therefore this request does not align with the comprehensive plan or the uses for the area. So staff recommends denial. Same thing with the Planning Commission by a vote of 7-1. It's also required there are 3 parcels of 3 homes that access this property through their driveway access. They have to go through this industrial business to get to it. So recommending denial.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions of staff?
So there are 3 parcels here. There's no pointer on here, but there's 2 parcels behind it and 1 parcel next to it that actually get their access points, their driveway access through this development to Filbert Highway. It's the 2 parcels behind as well as the one actually on Filbert. So that driveway at the top of the property is their access point to Filbert. Just going to keep that in mind is why this would not be appropriate for them as well.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Dill. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening, Emily Brown, 926 Oakland Avenue, Rock Hill, South Carolina, 29730. I'm an attorney. I'm here representing Will Simmons, who is the property owner tonight. And I appreciate the opportunity to tell you a little bit about this property and why he'd like to rezone it to ID. Give me just a second. I'm told that, there we go. So this is 2001 and 2009 Filbert Highway. Right here you see a picture of the property. Mr. Simmons actually owns a business where he stores trucks and roll-off boxes, heavy equipment on this property. The trucks go in every day. They pick up these roll-off boxes. They go collect scrap metal, and then they take it to a recycling center in Charlotte where it's dropped off. This is not a recycling center. This is not a permanent storage location for any scrap metal. The only time there's going to be scrap metal on this property is if one of the drivers comes in late and needs to leave a box overnight until they take it the next day. He is simply using this as a place to store his business equipment. And this video right here, if it will play. Go back. What we're going to do here is, well, it's not going, but basically I have some photos that I can pass up to council just in case. What it shows here is some surrounding area of the property. So within a mile of this property, you have construction services, you have all kinds of outdoor equipment storage, agricultural uses, a solar farm, lots of different types of uses that are not residential uses. And so Mr. Simmons' use of this property is not out of character with the other businesses and the other uses that are within a mile of this area. And these photos that are being passed around will show a number of other uses on the property. This is the property as it existed in 2006. It was the former Stacy's Greenhouse site. As you can see, it already had a number of buildings, asphalt, and a commercial use associated with it. In 2021, the Zoning Board of Appeals granted a variance to this property for road frontage so that a parcel could be subdivided off for residential use. As part of the variance, it required the prior owner of this property to record an access easement that would grant access to the residential parcels that are behind it. So they have a permanent access easement up the side of this property from Filbert Highway. This is the property as it exists now. As you can see, it's far less intense than what was on the property as Stacy's greenhouse. Mr. Simmons has actually taken down a number of the buildings that were in poor condition. And right now it's mostly pavement. He hopes to add some gravel. He intends to replace the fencing around the property. And he, of course, will comply with all the zoning codes to add whatever buffers that he needs to add to this property. And then this shows the plan for the property right here. He has a single entrance he uses off of Filbert Highway. It is not the same entrance that is used for the residential properties. Mr. Simmons does not have an easement across the residential property there at Filbert Highway, so he uses this one entrance to access this property. Now, when Mr. Simmons started using this property, he was a lessee on the property, and it wasn't until he decided to purchase the property that they realized there was even an issue with the zoning. And he's been leasing this property and using it for 5 years. And so this is a relatively new issue that he's just realized is a problem. The two residential properties behind it belong to a member of the Stacy family, and Mr. Simmons is negotiating an option to purchase those in the future as well. When we went to the Planning Commission overwhelmingly said they have no issue with what Mr. Simmons is proposing. They were concerned about the ID zoning on the property. And so what Mr. Simmons is asking council to consider tonight is approval with 2 conditions. The first condition is that no operations will be permitted between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. And then the second condition would be that manufacturing is not permitted on the property. And this would decrease some of those intensive uses on the property. So as you can see right here, without the conditions, there are a number of uses that are manufacturing uses that would be allowed on the property. With these proposed conditions, all the ones that are in red that are stricken would not be allowed on the property. Any future owners would have to come back before council, have them remove that condition in order to implement any of these manufacturing conditions on the property. And so what you have is a far less intense ID use on the property. The other thing that Mr. Simmons has done is he has gone and gotten a lot of community support. All of the properties highlighted in blue have provided letters supporting the rezoning. Those were sent to council, I believe, last Friday, and we did receive one more today that was sent as well. There are 16 different property owners who signed for these parcels, and there are one business owner in the area as well who's not an adjacent property owner. And so what Mr. Simmons is asking is that council approve first reading to rezone with ID, and then implement the proposed conditions. That will be no operations from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., and there'll be no manufacturing allowed on the property.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
I'm Will Simmons, and I live at 6153 Barkley Lane, right off of Lake Wiley Road. I really represent this young man over here, Garrett Mitchell, and I want to say this. His family purchased property adjacent to this property over 100 years ago. This shouldn't even be a thought, and I'll tell you why. Mr. Gene Stacy, that lives behind it and owns 2 homes behind it, is absolutely wanting Garrett to be here. Garrett Mitchell is the one that will run this business forever. It is a cartage company that has trucking and box transfer to other scrap yards and to steel mills. Since I've been in this business since 1976, I have over 2,000 employees in North and South Carolina that are not my employees now, that have been brought up in the scrap metal business. As I said, this is a cartage company. It's not a scrap metal company, and it's strictly for the transfer. But this young man's family, over 100 years ago, established themselves in this community, and he wants to have his forever home on the Mitchell property just a few miles down the road, and he wants to run this business and be right there and love it. It's not for sale. It's not for transfer. It's for his future. It's for 7 grandsons one granddaughter and 6 grandsons of mine that will be beneficial to this also. He has a partner, Scott Barr, and that partner is right now a school teacher that wants to come into this, and he wants to be educated in it. I've educated all my children in this. They've done quite well with the zero waste. We have the only other wastewater treatment plant in the city of Charlotte. That's rare. We also have a scrapyard there that's probably the #1 functional one and the largest scrapyard in the southeast. It's not owned. We have sold out previous businesses to Nucor, and all these employees depend on this particular as an outlet to service them to go to the steel mill. This is a function of York County that, and I do want to say this, before I was the one that took the bleachery down, bought it, and cleaned it up, and then I contributed to Rock Hill. And I think everyone will go up and see the bleachery and see it's nice, it's being completed. This is what we want. As a person of York County, I'm a resident. I'm here. I've raised my 3 children here. Most of my grandchildren are being raised here. And this is really all about Garrett Mitchell. So I would hate for you to look his grandfather's grandfather's grandfather in the face and say, we don't want you here, after he's one of the ones that established this community in York County. So thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration. When we did this, we thought it was zoned perfectly all right. And if you talk to Mr. Gene Stacy, you'll find out that he wants us there. And that's all I can say is that everyone around it, every single home agreed they want this there. They don't want any more homes there. They just want it to be a parking lot for Garrett's business. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve first reading with the following conditions, and I'm gonna change this up a little bit on you, Mr. Simmons. No operations permitted between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., and no manufacturing permitted.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Roddy?
I just want to say, a lot of times when we see these rezonings come up, someone will purchase a piece of property, and in the back of their mind, they say, well, we'll work this through and get it to what we want down the road. But what I'm hearing here today is that this was already here in operations, and the only time it came up as an issue was when someone went to purchase it and realized it was not zoned properly, right? Okay. My next question, and I know we're gonna have some more discussion down the road, but I just wanna get this out while I was making notes. So the single-family home was here before the business, or the business was before the single-family? Which was kind of the chicken and the egg here?
Is that a staff question?
My understanding is Mr. Stacy's home was there, and he built the Stacy's floral business in front of his home.
Okay.
And I do have-
We also have the Hope family here, and they own all the houses to the south of that. And in fact, that family's been there quite a while too. Every single resident.
Thank you for your I don't mean to be rude. If we start taking that, I'm scared that we're gonna have that happening in our next really contentious issues.
All right.
So, Mr. Winkler.
I'd just like to say, first of all, you've heard me say it a lot, I always want first reading to pass. Just so we have time to hear from the public if we haven't had the opportunity, or for the applicant to work with the neighbors and stuff. I'm glad to hear the neighbors have supported and signed on this. I live in that area, and I can tell you, this was a business for many, many years. And when the Stacys sold out their greenhouses and florists, this part got shut down. And so it has not, and to my knowledge, in the last 3 decades, been residential. It might be zoned residential, but it hasn't been residential.
Right.
Other than the couple of homes that are behind it or around it. You can tell from the pictures that were passed along, this property looks much nicer and cleaner than some of the other businesses who may be in the neighborhood. up the road a little ways or so. And I always like to see what's going on without getting a presentation. So I was called by Mr. Simmons a little while back, wanted to meet with me out there, but I didn't want to have everything cleaned up and ready for me to meet with them. So I just, over the weekend, just took off, drove up in the property, rode around without anybody knowing who it was or why I was there or anything, to look at it and see what it looked like. That way they didn't have an opportunity to clean up any scrap metal or hide anything from me or anything like that. And it was just like the pictures show. It was clean, neat, organized with a whole bunch of empty containers sitting there. So I do support it. I understand staff's concerns as far as the zoning, but like I said, I've been in York County 15 years, and I know Stacy's Greenhouses was there long before that. And you know, it's not been residential, so this is a case, in my opinion, where it was just zoned improperly for, you know, business that was already there, and I do support this.
Mr.
I'm
Crispy.
gonna speak very quickly on it, but as a small business owner, I see this as one of our problems with our planning and zoning throughout the county. You know, we set this plan in the way that we want things to be, but in some of these areas, we've got existing businesses. In a lot of places, they're zoned residential, and they were businesses even whenever they were zoned residential. Back in the day, it wasn't a problem to live in your house, you know, and work in your business back behind it. But now that is an issue, so it causes a lot of these problems. So I'm glad at least I get to support first reading.
Mr. Audette.
Yeah, so I just kind of piggyback on the comments here. You know, it's not often where we already see how the impact to the neighborhood would be when it's already been in place for, what, 4 years, et cetera, 4 or 5 years. Again, looking at the pictures, well-maintained property, the prototype, the experience in the business has already been in place. I think that it really has established the fact that the neighbors appear to be all comfortable with this. So again, just want to share that point. I will be supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 22-31, tax map number 72600000076, to rezone from UD to RMX 20, 1.3 acres in District 1. Ms. Dill.
This is a request to rezone from UD to RMX 20 on Mark Trail Lane. It's a 1.3 acre parcel. As a single-family home, the property is zoned UD, therefore it's a non-conforming residence, and therefore has to get rezoned to be able to do any kind of expansion of that. So that's what they're doing here. The applicant would like to be able to add on to the existing house, and therefore he has to get it rezoned to residential district. It is located off of Mark Trail Road. There's area in the zoning in the area consists of both RMX 10 and at RMX 20. You can see those gray parcels. Those are still some existing UD properties. Some folks did come forward a few years ago to get their property rezoned. This one did not. The comprehensive plan here for the area is neighborhood residential. So this request supports both the comprehensive plan, uses in the area, and both staff and planning commission recommend approval.
Any questions of staff?
Diane, when would that go to RMX 20 instead of RMX 10?
RMX, by the lot size, RMX 10 requires 10,000 square foot, RMX 20 is 20, so therefore might as well just go ahead and go to 20. It's just more appropriate for that. There's both of it in the area, but this is a larger lot, and therefore 20 is a better use for, a better district than RMX 10.
Any other questions? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading case number 22-34, tax map number 62400000137, to rezone from UD to RMX 10.23 acres in District 4.
This is very much like the one we had just before this. This is our UD property going to RMX 10. It's in the Blackman Road area. Zone UD here, like to rezone it to be able to construct a house. As you can see also with this map here for the zoning, a number of people came forward over the past few years to rezone from UD to RSF 30. They are going here, this one to RMX 10 because the lot size that was not appropriate back then is appropriate now. It's much smaller. Also, the RSF 30 was utilized because a lot of them were existing mobile homes, and therefore RSF 30 would allow the mobile home. That's why they chose that district. This is for RMX 10. The comprehensive plan for the area here is municipal infill, and so for that district, we actually look to the city of Rock Hill, what their plan is, and make sure these two plans align, and this one does. So staff and planning commission recommend approval for this application.
Any questions of staff? Thank you, Diane. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move close.
Motion and second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Hold up, here's the gentleman.
I'm sorry. Sir, if you will come forward to the desk, we'll allow.
My name is Ray Weldon. I live in Hampton, Virginia. I own property the property what you are discussing. I am totally lost as to what's going on.
So are you here to support the request to rezone?
Ma'am, I need some insight on what's going on. I know you are rezoning, but I received the card in the mail, and I'm not totally understanding what's going on.
This is your property?
I own property there.
Do you own this property?
That's the thing, ma'am.
Diane, can you help identify what parcels are
Now, I've got
owned
my
and which
deed
ones are not?
title in the car.
Right, so you probably own an adjacent property, and therefore you would have received a postcard saying there's one going on in the neighborhood. This is not your property. This is an adjacent property.
Okay, now exactly what's going on? You rezoning to do what, trailer courts or what?
Can you step out?
Yeah, if you would. She can explain it to you. Yes, sir. Motion on the table to approve.
Motion to approve.
Do we already have that?
Oh, okay.
Okay, motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. He still has 2 other readings if he wants to speak up. Item number 6, rezoning action. Hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 22-35, tax map number 448010142, a portion to rezone from RSF 40 to AGC 1, 1.25 acres in District 3.
And Ms. Dill's still out.
Oh, yeah.
Here she comes.
Case number 2235 is to rezone a portion of this property from RSF 40 to AGC 1. As you've seen in the past, RECODE made a change that requires you cannot recombine properties that have 2 different zonings. Therefore, we have to rezone those properties to one zone. So this here is a property that's got 1.25 acres, that's RSF 40, and they want to rezone it to AGC 1 like the rest of the property. The property in the area here, lots of that is already zoned AGC 1. There's some RUD as well. The comprehensive plan does recommend for the area here a single-family residential, and therefore this request does not align directly with that zoning district. However, there is AGC within the area. The majority of this property already is AGC 1, and therefore staff supports that as well as the Planning Commission.
Any questions of staff? Thank you. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against?
Rochelle Campbell. Just a little bit more information. I'm actually
an owner for 2 of the parcels in Carolina Downs, so Lot 2 and Lot 17. So I'd just like a little bit more information about the need to rezone it to the agricultural and then what the purpose of that is.
Okay,
So just a little bit more information.
I think we might ask you to do the same thing with Ms. Dill. If you don't mind, she can get you up to speed on. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Oh, hold on, somebody's coming.
Good evening. We have a piece of property at 256 Carolina Downs, which is our personal piece of property. This piece of property that's in question, or we're talking about now, is actually a split zoning. When it was purchased, it was split zoning. We went to the zoning department and asked them about combining with another tract there. That's when we were informed that it had a split zoning and it would have to be rezoned all as one. I'm actually the applicant for the owner who is asking for this to be approved. So if there's any questions of why we're trying to do this, I'm here for any questions.
We really listen to you as to if you want to
Sorry,
approve it.
Karen's saying she needs his name and address.
Can you give us your name and address, please?
It's Randy Sudreth, 256 Carolina Downs.
Okay. And you support this?
I support this.
Yes, sir. We've
Yes.
got that on record.
Okay,
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 22-37, tax map number 65900000007 to rezone from OI to GC, 0.5 acres in District 1. Ms. Dill?
This is rezoning property from OI to GC off of South Sutton Road. It's about half an acre property. It's currently vacant. It was rezoned a few years ago. The person at that time wanted to establish it as a photography studio. That project never went forward. It's been vacant ever since then. So the request here is to be able to utilize this building and that garage to be able to establish a vehicle sales and vehicle service and repair business, which requires it to go to the GC district. They would utilize, according to their little site plan, utilize that smaller building as their office and then service the cars in that larger building and then park cars for sale along the property. The zoning for the area here is, majority of it is residential. It is RSF 30. There is, for the comprehensive land use plan for the area, recommend neighborhood residential. So therefore, this request to rezone from OI to GC is not consistent with the area or the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial of this request.
Any questions for Ms. Dill?
Yeah, Diane, real quick on that property. So when, I've noticed when they pull into that property, there's actually a pull in and a pull through, right? From the.
Yeah, it's just a large
Yeah, so.
asphalt area. There's really
Asphalt
no
area,
way
okay,
to
and
go.
1 inch, it looked like, for what I could see is there's like it's kind of like a swing through when
Right.
you pull into it, okay.
That's correct.
Okay. And when was this rezoned before?
2019.
2019? Okay. Okay, thank
Any
you.
other questions?
No.
Mr. Roddy?
Is that a home?
There are homes all around here, yes, sir.
This has never been a home, this
This has
property.
never been
No.
a home. No, this has always been, way before zoning existed, there was some sort of a market there. But then it was vacant for many years. I'm not too sure how it's been used over the years. Like I said, it was looking for as a photography studio at one point, which the staff felt that was an appropriate use. OI is not very intensive, and therefore it mixed well with the neighborhood.
I'm pretty sure this was a used car lot whenever I was in high school.
It may have been a long time ago.
Yeah,
Are you that old, Brent?
Yeah.
Are you that old?
This property?
She's aging you.
Yeah.
Sure, that's funny.
Any other questions? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move Move to close.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Do we have a new motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, hold a public hearing and consider first reading, case number 22-38, tax map number 565-00000172 to rezone from RMX 10 to RUD 1, 14.45 acres in District 2.
This is a 14-acre parcel on Accoback Road, almost to the state line of North Carolina. You actually have to go through North Carolina to come back to the property here. They have a single-family home on the property. The request here is to rezone it to RUD 1 because they would like to be able to have a small farming operation there, a small family farm going on, which you cannot do that use in the RMX 10 zoning district. The property here, as you can see, there's a lot of RUD and RUD 1 in the area. This is a small wedge that was zoned originally as RMX 10 back when zoning was established. The comprehensive plan for the area here is rural residential. So therefore, the request here is aligned with the comprehensive plan and the area. Staff does have one condition to this property we would like to ask, and that is to be able to build maintain a 50-foot undisturbed buffer between the property and the neighborhood next to it, which would typically be required if you're doing any kind of general farming, just as single-family homes. With that condition, both staff and the Planning Commission recommended approval.
Any questions for staff? Thank you, Ms. Deal. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against this rezoning? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Move to close. Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to hold a public hearing and provide third reading of a master bond ordinance of York County, South Carolina, providing for the issuance and sale of water and sewer system revenue bonds and other matters relating thereto. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to hold a public hearing and provide third reading of a series ordinance providing for the issuance and sale of water and sewer system revenue bonds of York County, South Carolina in the aggregate principal amount not exceeding $26,950,000 and other matters relating thereto. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this request? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Second.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We move now to old business. Item 1, rezoning action. Consider second reading, case number 22-21, tax map number 617-0000, 001, 026, 077, 084, 085, 086, 087, major PD amendment, 179 acres in District 5. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Motion to approve it, if we could have with the condition and instruction to legal that the conditions that were previously presented to you concerning the sound and buffering, as well as the other conditions that the property owners had presented, that would be put into a fashion that can be memorialized and included in third reading. I do want to say thank you for the folks that came out, and I know that there have been meeting after meeting on weekends trying to find compromise with the sound abatement, especially in the buffering. I still think we've got some issues to work through with some traffic stuff, but I'm very glad to see that, that the community is working cooperatively, and I appreciate you being here. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, consider third reading. 22-30, tax map number 18200000079, to rezone from AGC to RUD, 8.128 acres in District 3.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-1. Where are we? Council to consider third reading of an ordinance to amend, did I skip one? Are we good? All right. Council to consider third reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 154 Land Development Code to allow design professionals other than landscape architects to submit certain planning plans, to amend Chapter 155 Zoning Code to amend several use definitions, to allow event venues as a conditional use in AGC, AGC1, RUD, and RUD1, to amend the development standards for event venues, to eliminate rural event venues as a temporary use, to add trade services as a permitted use in certain districts, to apply conditions to heavy machinery sales, rental, or repair uses, to reduce the required buffers for self-storage facilities with interior storage entrances, to reduce the minimum separation requirements for tattoo and body piercing establishments, to allow shrub planting to be waived if required buffers have excess trees, to reduce the minimum planting size of small maturing trees, to revise the buffer yard type and specification tables, and to increase the flexibility of alternative buffer yard compliance, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Move to approve with the following amendments and conditions. To eliminate LI as an approved zoning district for tattoo parlor locations, and restrict the location of parlors to no closer than 200 feet from residential zoning, no closer than 200 feet from a residential dwelling. I can't say this word, bifurcate and remand event center provisions of ordinance to zoning committee for purposes of evaluating and making recommendations on inter alia issues of portable bathrooms, architectural renderings for existing agritourism locations, and other matters as may pertain to event center requirements.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Roddy?
Can you give some clarification about the event center amendment?
It's just moving back to zoning. Moving back to zoning to discuss these issues instead of going ahead and pushing it through for approval.
So are we gonna cover, I know a gentleman spoke earlier about this, are we gonna cover those issues back in committee?
Yes, I think that's, the purpose of it is to send it back to committee in order to give more time to take a look at, at the issues.
Because I did wanna make sure he had the opportunity to come before us and explain what they're going through.
Right. That's what this does.
So,
at the back.
okay. All right.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, so this has been a hot topic, of course, but I think there's been some misinformation as far as the tattoo ordinance that's in here. We have had public workshop, we've had public meetings to go through this to see what is allowed, what is not. Why are we so restrictive over a certain business compared to others? The problem that we have is some people don't want tattoo parlors around. Some do want them around. Just as a poll, well, if I can get my note. So I did, just off of a single Facebook post, 785 yeses to 8 nos. But if you look at our emails, there's a lot more nos than there is yeses. So it goes back and forth. But this is not a open free-for-all for tattoo parlors to exist. This is, state law requires a lot of, or has strict requirements already on tattoo parlors. York County just had extensive ones. Our biggest concern, and I think with us working through zoning committee, was to ensure that we were removing some of the requirements, which were, as an example, during the recode, whenever we wrote it, we wrote it to stay away from 200 feet from any lots located in PR, AGC, AGC1, RUD, RUD1, RSF 40, RSF 30, RMX 20, RMX 10, RMX 6, RC, NC, PD, HSO, and SCO zoning districts. It was a mouthful. So this amendment was to still allow it to refer back to the state, but our biggest concern was to make sure that we're also protecting the residents as well. So we want to be business friendly, however, we're not trying to just open this up. That's gonna cause a windfall throughout the community as well. So I'm surprised I haven't heard much more feedback tonight. I thought this was gonna be a free-for-all up here, but I guess I got it all worked up for nothing. But
I think your amendment helped.
yeah.
Mr. Winkler.
I'd like to say a couple things. One, you know, we have looked at the tattoo parlor thing a good bit. You know, tattoos are not what they used to be. All three of my children have them, and one of the pastors in my church and his bride have them. So it's not you know what it used to be as far as having those. It's not the stigma that there used to be on that. You know, and so, you know, I'm all for trying to loosen a few regulations here and there where we can on things, but by the same token, I'm going to support this evening, but when it comes to the event centers, we've been round and round on event centers for the last year and a half. You know, it's been in the committee, it's been out of the committee, it's been before planning and zoning, it's been, you know, in public hearings. I would like to ask that we not continue this on forever. Please hear this and do this before the committee and get it back in front of us sooner rather than later. I would prefer before I'm off council maybe, you know, so that we can just get this wrapped up, because it has been well over a year and a half that we've been talking about event centers, and, you know, I don't think the people sitting out there elect us to just keep kicking the can down the road. They elect us to make the tough decisions and move forward, so.
Any other discussion?
Yeah.
I'll just say that, I think with the tattoo businesses, the idea of those being, just approved in light industrial makes them different from a lot of businesses, because there are not many businesses. You know, Councilman Roddy said it kind of thinks of it like a hair salon or something, but they're not in light industrial. So I think that solves a lot of the issues that people were concerned about. And as far as the event venues, it has taken a long time, but this is the livelihood for a lot of those people. And I think that we are hopefully on the, maybe the 5-yard line, maybe the 10-yard line, but I think we're getting close to making those final adjustments to this. So we will do that with a quickness, and we are in the process of scheduling the next zoning committee probably next week, because Jonathan's out of town this week, but we'll get right, that will be on that agenda for sure.
I'll just say, all this has come through Brandon's committee, my committee, and as well as Allison, to work on all of these things that we're talking about here. And I can remember a little over a year, maybe a year and a half ago, somebody approached me about their talents, their skill set, having to go up to North Carolina to do tattoos, and all of a sudden, you know, staff was already working on putting something into the recode, and it appeared that once we got it, it was very restrictive, very restrictive. And it's one thing to allow things to be in York County, it's another to allow them and then restrict them out. Because you can make it so restrictive that nobody can open up, but then you can hide behind the fact and say, well, we allow it, you just gotta meet the regulations. But if we set the bar so high, we set the regulations so tight and so strong, nobody can do it, then we've regulated them out. You know, it puts me in the mind of, you know, some people who support the tattoo initiative. If you look at the certain age group, you'll find it's a heavily favored for a certain age group. But then the ones who would, and that's on the social media, that's probably why I did so well on social media. But then if you look at who's likely to send emails, that's probably your older, senior, maybe whatever the age group you want to call it, they're going to send the emails. But if we're going to make sure we have a good quality of life and things that people enjoy, why not? Because one, people are doing tattoos right now. at homes, in shops, underground, the black market. It's probably not as safe. It's not taxable, and who knows what goes on. But if we're gonna regulate it, let's make sure we make it to the point that somebody can open up. Same as we did with alcohol. Can you imagine years ago when somebody said, well, we should be able to have a drink and drink it without, breaking the law. I bet that was one heck of a fight with prohibition. That's gotten regulated. CBD has come into our state. That's regulated. So a lot of things that some people may feel like is bad and not an option for them, it's an option for some other people. And we got to make sure that we're putting something on the plate here in York County that's going to, one, provide a livelihood for someone, two, give somebody whatever that pleasure is, because I've been told that tattoos tell somebody's life story. It's the meaning behind every tattoo that someone has, and it's therapy for some people. Some people have service dogs that serves that need. Some people have tattoos that tell a story. Some people have their wife's name, their grandma's name, their daddy's name. Something about that tattoo means something to that individual. And it wouldn't be right for us to continue to regulate these type things out when they're allowed in the state, but some state regulations are so tight that they're regulated out. So I've enjoyed going through this process, and some people have kind of taken shots at us for things taking so long, but that's just the wheels of government. Things just don't happen overnight. It doesn't turn over as quickly. But I've enjoyed going through definitely the RICO. When this RICO was rolled out, we knew we were going to have some challenges to go back and dot some I's, cross some T's, and clean some things up and make them work. And that's what this committee has done over the last several months. We visited those issues that we've heard from, whether it was mobile home manufacturers saying, you guys have basically outlawed single wides with some of the requirements that you put in, that you can't have this in York County. So we went back and adjusted those. We worked with event center planners to try to adjust those. So everything that we're doing in this ordinance, we've had before us. And I know some people feel like we sometimes kick the ball down the road, going back to committee, but we want to get it right. And I've said up here time and time again, one thing that we do have the option of going back and undoing and redoing and getting it right. Now, I think with the event center, we should get it right this time before we roll it out and require certain things. We need to look at how we're impacting this business as well. So I definitely will be supporting this third reading.
Did you have?
Yeah. So, well, first of all, this is a good discussion right overall, and I can understand, the reason for, wanting to, move forward to give more opportunity from within the tattoo business. I guess as I look at this, and had questions today, I actually had conversations with staff in regards to general access of what currently where they can place it now. Now, I guess if this is a good moment, Dave, I know you're stepping away, but you got just a second there, buddy. I catch you before you leave. When you look at the ordinance as it stands right now, we are not restricting them from being in there to the point that to say you cannot bring in a business as the amendment states right now, correct?
Sounds like what you're asking is the current ordinance that we have in place right now.
Right.
Does it allow for them to be somewhere in the county?
Correct.
And there are some places, very limited places, that they can be located in the county, is our understanding right now.
Okay.
Now, they may not be vacant parcels or vacant, storefronts or something like that. They may be occupied, and I think that's part of the problem. But there are parcels where that would meet the conditions that we currently have in place.
Okay, thank you. So having that discussion today in regards to that, and then looking at my district and understanding, okay, with this change, how will it affect it? Based on some conversation we had up here, it may increase the number maybe by threefold, the opportunity to put in additional, meaning 3 times more opportunity. I understand the amendment to keep it 200 feet away. I think that's a good add-on amendment. But 200 feet, 33 hours. I have not a thing against tattoos or tattoo parlors, and I'm a pro-business elected official, and I always want to be out there supporting businesses. But at this point, you know, based on the information that I have, I'm not clear on the impact to my district with this change. So having said that, I will now be supporting this tonight. I just want to share that with you. Again, it appears I'll probably be in the minority, but again, I just want to share that with everyone.
Any other discussion?
Well, you know, first of all, Brandon, I greatly appreciate the thoughtfulness in crafting this change and the willingness to consider some changes that, you know, might help some people in understanding, you know, what it is that we're doing, and also for explaining those things. You know, obviously there was a lot of emails back and forth, and as Brandon said, there was basically an equal amount of support the other way on social media. And if nothing else, this definitely illustrates perhaps what could be called a generational divide when it comes to, you know, the appreciation of someone getting tattoos or expressing themselves in that way. I'm not someone who has any tattoos, but I certainly am not against it. And I don't believe that as conservatives in this county, we should be telling anyone what they can and can't do. Earlier at the beginning of this meeting, we pledged allegiance to the flag and noted that it stood for principles of liberty for all. And I think inseparable from that notion are those fundamental freedoms of expression and enterprise. And I don't think that government should be overreaching into anyone's personal lives in a decision like that without a compelling reason to do so. Some of the emails mentioned, you know, that these tattoo parlors might bring an undesirable element, and I'm curious as to what that is. Brandon, I wonder if you would be one of those undesirables if you go to one of them to go get a tattoo. But in all seriousness, I recall an election not too long ago where conservatives like me were called deplorables. And, you know, when I heard that we're calling people who get tattoos undesirables, it kind of was, it reminded me of that. And I thought, God, you know, I remember when they tried to lump conservatives into this bunch and what that felt like. So, you know, I just don't think that, you know, in mentioning that, you know, it brings undesirables, not a single study to show a correlation with increased crime or anything like that, because those just don't exist. Tattoo parlors just aren't what some people might think that they are anymore. As Robert said, the business has changed and the culture has changed. And you know, it used to be, you know, I work in a law firm, which is also very conservative, and it used to be I could tell employees, hey, you know, we're going to cover our arms, and when you're up front meeting with clients, we're not going to have any of your art showing. But you just can't tell people that really anymore. I mean, if that's what they choose to do or how they express themselves, then that's it, as long as it's not inappropriate or offending anyone. You know, it's easy to vote a certain way or be conservative or vote for principles of liberty when it's popular. It's a little bit harder when it's unpopular. And in some circles, apparently in this community, it's somewhat unpopular to do that. But we don't get elected into this position to make votes, whether they're popular or not. We do it to vote our principles. And, you know, when I ran for office, I made those principles crystal clear. And I don't intend to bend or break them just because some people like something. If we go about banning things that people like or don't like, well, we could be here all day. So that's why I intend to support it.
Y'all see what I mean about summing my thoughts up pretty quick, easily.
Any other discussion?
There was nothing brief about it.
Any other discussion? Tattoo parlors, I think one of the things that's always, politics just is funny. The county has allowed tattoo parlors. I think that this will ease it up a little bit, but I think definitely eliminating light industrial as a place for them, and additionally requiring that they can't be adjacent to a residential district is critically important. I think that definitely helps the analysis and protects folks and helps us ease our way into seeing where these establishments are going to locate and be able to offer that as an opening. When it comes to the event centers, I remain frustrated at a council that we do not do more to help the agritourism business and to help residential folks who apparently you can rent your house out, but you can't rent your barn out. I think we just need to be a lot more open-minded when it comes to that. I think we're rural. We have lots of rural areas of our county, And especially when you're using your residence and you only do it 10 or 12 times. One of the things that I think is a real problem is I don't think we should require fixed bathrooms. I think they should be portable. There's no reason why you need to have fixed bathrooms in the middle of a field when someone's doing a wedding next to a barn. So I would ask for consideration of that when it comes to the architectural requirements of having to actually go get an architect and pay them just to draw something that has existed on your property for years and years. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. I think that should be eliminated. I also think that if it's only 10 or 12 times, that I still think there should be an exemption for that. We sit here and talk about freedom. Good Lord, if we aren't going to protect people who want to do something in their yard, in their backyard, they can rent their house out 120 times a year, but they can't rent their barn out with it. That doesn't make any sense. So I think we should challenge ourselves to really think outside of the box with that and look at whether or not that small amount constitutes a commercial operation so that we can be a little bit more flexible on that. So I will support the motion. I appreciate the motion being made and that we found some common ground on that. All those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1. All right, council to consider third reading of an ordinance adopting a public education facilities impact fee to be imposed on all new residential development in the York School District, number 1, pursuant to York County Ordinance number 2718, adopting impact fee procedures to ensure that public education facilities will be available and adequate to accommodate the need for public education facilities expected to be generated from the school children in new residential developments in the school district based on the district's level of service standards and capital improvements plan, to assign the cost of such public education facilities on a proportionate share basis to new residential development with an established impact fee for a single-family detached dwelling unit at $12,469, an established impact fee for a multi-family dwelling unit at $10,237, and an established impact fee for a mobile home at $11,165. To authorize intergovernmental agreements between York County and the York School District and York County and the municipalities of York, Sharon, Hickory Grove, McConnells, and Smyrna, defining the respective rights, responsibilities, and obligations of the parties regarding the impact fee, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Do we have any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler.
We've discussed this a whole lot over the last several months and workshops and, different committee meetings and council meetings, and we've asked questions and talked about numbers back and forth. And, I've got several things. I had to jot down some notes because I'm all over the place thinking about all this. And I was glad to hear a fellow council member say just a few minutes ago that, it's not our job to vote what's popular or, what maybe is easy, but to vote what is best for the district or the best for the county. And I'm gonna start out by saying, in my 8 years of sitting up here in this chair, although not all 8 in this chair, we were in the old building for a little while before we built this big, pretty new building. I've heard fellow council members say some of the following things multiple times. This is my district and I know it best, and the rest of you should support me because I know my district and I know my constituents. I guess that only works for the other districts and not District 3. I've heard my fellow council members say more than once, I want growth to pay for growth. I guess that was only for other districts and not for District 3. I sat up here and watched several council members who are sitting here tonight vote to support 2 impact fees in the past and say they thought impact fees were a good tool for the schools to use. I guess that was for the other school districts and not York School District 1. I've heard it said, before I'm going to quote Nobel-winning economist Ronald, I believe it's Coase, years ago in a paper he wrote, he stated that if you torture the data long enough, it will confess to anything you want it to. We've been back and forth on discussions about numbers and whose number's right, how many students are generated by which type of housing, and whether we are using too high a number or somebody else thinks it's too low a number. You know, I've heard it said the number that was for students used at the beginning of the study was too low. I'd just like to remind everyone that when the study started, at the beginning of the study, we were in the middle of a pandemic. And a lot of people weren't putting their kids in school. We were doing school from home. We were doing all kinds of things. So, you know, those numbers might have been a little low at that point, but they've come back up. What I have not heard said from anyone is the fact that, or from any of the council members up here, is the fact that when that study was done, there were 1,502 homes that were approved and pending. Now, tonight, there are 2,355 homes that are approved and pending. So, yeah, you know, we can go round and round and torture those numbers about whether or not the student population was 10% too low or 10% higher or whatever. But that's over a 50% increase in the number of homes that we're talking about impacting the school district. So we can argue about, you know, a small number here and there, 5%, 10%, 20%, whatever, or we can talk about 50% increases, more than 50% increases in something. You know, I've heard several council members in talking over the last week or so about this say, well, it just seems too high. You know, this number just doesn't feel right. I don't remember anywhere in the state ordinance that allows or approves impact fees where it said you pick the number by how it feels or what it seems like it should be. There's a formula for how you calculate what the maximum fee can be. And that's been done. You know, I've talked to different people from the Home Builders Association the last week or so, and different home builders. I've been told, well, you know, 7,000 might be a better number, 8,000 might be a better number. Today I was told, well, let's start at 4,000 like Clover did and work our way up. Well, we all know how that's worked out for the Clover School District. You know, I heard the gentleman say earlier that he spent about $23,000 on different fees for the home he built. I don't remember him coming up here before us, and I'm not picking on him, any builder coming before us and telling us what they thought a good fee was for us to charge them for doing their wiring inspection or their storm drain inspections or any of the other inspections. We've never sat up here that I'm aware of, and I know we haven't in the 8 years I've been up here, and said, well, we want to charge you a fee and tell us how much you'd like to pay. You know, if you want a storm drain inspection or you want us to come out and do a wiring inspection or a building code inspection for you, tell us what you want to pay for that, and that's what we'll charge you. We've never allowed that for anywhere else, so I don't know why we're trying to allow that tonight for the York School District impact fee. You know, I've heard it said that, well, we can save money and not spend as much on this or not do this or that with portables. You know, portables are not safe. In the world we live in today, our schools are, you know, thank goodness, if you try to get into one of the York School District schools, you can't get past the front door. But if there's a portable sitting out in the front yard, side yard, backyard, somewhere else, somebody can come in the side and never go through the front security system and walk right up to that portable. And as I've said before, I've got a lot of children in the York School, grandchildren in the York School District. I don't want them put at risk for that. Their safety is a major concern to me, and it should be to each one of us sitting up here and all of y'all sitting out there. You know, there's so many things, and I'm trying not to repeat myself tonight on things that we've said over and over. But, you know, we talk about taxes, and as a conservative, we want to try to keep lower taxes, we say. We saw numbers earlier, and it was even mentioned a little bit earlier, if the two schools that are in the study are built for $115 million, and we don't have an impact fee, then everybody in the school district is going to pay an extra $58 per $100,000 on your home every year from now on. Now, according to most studies, I've got about 38 years left in my life, something like that. So for the next 38 years, I have no immediate children in the school district, but I'm gonna pay that increase in that fee of that extra $58 per 100,000, not per home, per 100,000. I have no choice in that. I have a choice whether or not I pay an impact fee. I said it, at some point I will probably downsize because I've got more land than I'm gonna take care of when I'm 75 or 80 years old, and more house that I wanna paint all the time. But I have a choice as to whether or not I buy a new home or an existing home. I don't have a choice as to whether or not I keep paying those property taxes for the rest of my life if we don't have an impact fee. We talk about being business friendly. For every $200,000 of commercial property in the York School District, if we do not pass an impact fee, if you own a business in the school district, you can expect your property taxes to go up $304 a year for every $200,000 in value on your business. You have no choice in that. Again, the people moving here and paying an impact fee have a choice. They can buy an existing home and not pay an impact fee. They can build a new home and pay an impact fee. If we pass no impact fee, then every business in York School District, which our millage is 1/3 of any other school district up here, so we're so restricted already on what we can do with a bond. We're the highest tax rate of any school district in this county because of the millage. We talk about trying to help businesses. We're either gonna vote tonight to help those businesses and to help all the residents in the county with their taxes by letting growth pay for growth, or we're gonna vote to penalize all of our businesses, all of our homeowners from now on, and they have no choice in whether they pay that or not. That, to me, should be a pretty simple decision for most of us sitting up here. You know, let growth pay for growth, and the people that are moving here that choose to build or buy a new home pay it, or let every one of you sitting out there that live in District 3, and I know none of the 7 of us up here except me live in District 3, so y'all don't have to worry about it, but let me pay the higher taxes for the rest of my life because I love this area and I'm going to stay in this area. So as the representative for this area and as a taxpayer in this district, I'm asking the other 6 of you to support me in letting growth pay for growth and not every single person here pay for it, whether they affect the growth or not. Thank you.
Mr. Audette?
Yeah, so, you know, everything that Robert talked through, again, you hit upon some major points here, major points. Act 388, when it was designed in the state, it really made a major impact on how we live in the state and how businesses are impacted and how schools are managed. Because of that, you've got a scenario of what I call the field of dreams, okay? Where you've got low taxes on residents, quality of schools such as York's and Fort Mills, and people want to be here, and you can't blame them. You can't blame them. The problem is that when they come, you got to put them in a school, all right? You got to put them in a school. And when we look at this and we look at the impact when we don't move forward and move quickly, we see the impact of high capital expenditures that permeate across both residents and businesses in the area. Then when all of a sudden you came to the state thinking you're going to be paying lower taxes, you're paying debt service taxes through the roof, okay? Growth pays for growth is critical in this scenario. Growth pays for growth is critical. From a business standpoint, we have to be competitive in this region. We're competing against Charlotte. We're competing against other areas where business taxes are much lower. By approving this tonight, we can take one step forward in York in order to support businesses in that area and support the residents in there, give them that tax break they need, and then move forward with a quality school being built, or schools being built as needed. I will be supporting it tonight, again, and I would ask, again, as Robert said, please join us in supporting this. Thank you.
Mr. Roddy?
First, I want to say I've been up here 12 years. And I've been a recipient of being able to say, yes, this is my district, please support it. And I've been on the other side where I've had an issue in my district and they didn't support it. Sometimes it's an unwritten rule. Sometimes people want to lean on it. Sometimes people want to use it when it's at their convenience. But I can tell you, it's happened to me. And I know how I felt when that happened. And some of the people who are saying, it's my district now, voted against something in my district, which was totally unfair. But I had an issue since the last meeting, about impact fees. And I stated that to Dr. Cox, I stated it to staff, I stated up here about the mobile home fee. And no one has called me to work on what can we do to lower those fees. The study says a maximum. So we don't have any discretion to lower that number. And when you hear people stand up and give a presentation to say, you got to go with this number that the study dictates. Well, if you're backing this council in a corner to say, we have to do $12,469 or else, that number dictates what that mobile home unit number is going to be. And I cannot foresee forcing $11,000 impact fee on someone who's looking to buy an affordable home and a mobile home or manufactured home, whose value is a lot less, whose impact fee percentage is going to be a lot greater on someone looking to purchase a $80,000, $90,000, up to $120,000 mobile home and going to pay a $11,000 impact fee. I just can't fathom someone spending $500,000 on a home or $300,000 on a home gets to pay $12,000. And here comes Bump Jr. says, I want a mobile home or a manufactured home. I'm going to live in York, and he has to pay $11,000. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. How do we look out for that individual as well as capture the most money that the study says that you can capture? These numbers are tied together, and I've asked, how can we lower the mobile home impact fee? If we can lower the mobile home fee, obviously we have to bring down the single-family home fee to some respects. And I asked staff today to give me that number to where we're looking at a reasonable mobile home impact fee, and hopefully they have it so they can spit it out here in just a second. A reasonable number. And somebody may say, well, why do we even do the study if we're going to just pull numbers out of the air? That makes sense. I'll give them that question. But at the same time, when we're looking at housing costs through the roof, how do we look out for the little guy at some point? And I've been up here long enough to know sometimes you take the good with the bad. But I cannot foresee sticking $11,000 impact fee, which sometimes may be over a 10% increase, before someone's even able to pull a permit on a mobile home. I don't think we had to deal with this when it came to Fort Mill, but we have to deal with it when we're looking at York's situation, because there are going to be some mobile homes come, and it's not going to be through some big developer. It's going to be someone that a family gives 2, 3, 4 acres of land, and before that individual can go pull a permit, York County is going to say, we got to collect $11,000 before you can get this permit, before Johnny Joe's mobile home company can bring this out. That ain't taking into effect, that's not taking into account any kind of down payment or agreement that individual has to work out with the mobile home seller. And it would be selfish of all of us to say, well, that's their problem. But we want this $12,000 on this single family home. I just can't for the life of me fathom how do we make that decision knowing we're now inflating that cost beyond possibly someone's means to be able to afford a house, and I don't want to say at the lowest level, but a level that they can afford to live by. And we all know a lot of people living in these big houses are living above their means. that's by choice. But I don't want anybody living above their means by force because we're enacting an impact fee that is too big for them to swallow and adjust to. So I think my request to staff was if we came in with an impact fee lower, that the most that a mobile home fee would be, I think I asked for maybe $6,000. What would that do to a single family? What does this structure, and that's still asking a considerable amount for a mobile home, but at least it's not 11,000. I'm willing to say, where can we come in at to where something is a little more palatable, a little more reasonable, because we do have to start looking out for those families who cannot afford the number that was used in the study, which went from maybe 160 to now $300,000. So I think staff, if you have a number for me.
My understanding is you suggested the mobile home would be $6,000. And my understanding of the law also says that you would need to discount the rates the same for all housing types. A $6,000 charge for a mobile home is roughly a 54% of the maximum fee. So if you applied that to the single family, you're looking at about $6,700, and multifamily at about $5,501.
So
that's the way I calculated it.
5501 would be for multifamily?
That is correct.
So that gives a new structure based off what, if we started at the bottom and worked our way up versus starting at the top, working our way down, that would put single family at 67, multifamily at 5501, and the mobile home, manufactured home at 6,000. Is that something I can live with? It's a lot more palatable when you're looking at the mobile home level going up versus looking at the single family level coming down. And if we can get any kind of conversation going around these numbers, I wish we would have had a phone call. We had 3 weeks since this last meeting, got an extra week, but we've had no conversation as to what this council could feel comfortable with. And that's really sad that we haven't had these conversations on something that's so important to this community. If it's that important, why hasn't anyone from District 3 called Bump Roddy? I'm not sure if any other calls went out to the other council members, but I expressed that concern to Dr. Cox. I expressed it to the gentleman that called me today. No one has called to say, what would it take for us to make this work for my district? And I'm not suggesting that we do this, but I would look for someone who represents District 3 to start having this conversation to how do we get this number down, because right now, I just can't sit here and honestly say we made the best decision for York County by putting that fee on a mobile home user or purchaser. I would love to work with the school district. I love to work with District 3 representative, but we can't do it looking at the top down. Let's go from the bottom up and see where we come in on this. And one more comment. I wasn't sure if I was going to say this or not, but at the last meeting we had, as council members were making comments, as I looked out over the crowd, I saw someone just kind of laughing and smirking at some of the conversations that each one of us council members worked so hard to do our research, do our due diligence. And I think it's very disrespectful for someone to have so much credibility, so much background, and do their job and do it well, to come here and laugh and smirk when us council members who do just as equally as hard and diligent work to come into this body and look at us and laugh at us while we're making these comments. I don't have to call anybody's name, but that was just gut-wrenching to look out over the audience to see that. It was very unprofessional, and I hope it doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Love.
So, at the workshop, I asked for a calculation. 2 Fridays ago, well, at the last council meeting, I asked for that same calculation. And what I've been sent twice is the same thing that we were handed in the workshop. So I've still not been able to get the number that I've asked for. I think I've made it very clear what I was looking for. I actually sent what was in the first study in and said, I would like for these numbers, these exact numbers in this formula to be updated so that I can look at this. I'm also very concerned about the impact on home affordability going forward. We're in a time that has changed since this study began. Our interest rate has increased considerably since this study began. And I have a hard time, number one, supporting an impact fee, because I feel like the community feels like, all of the community, all of York County feels like this is gonna reduce our taxes, when in fact, I don't believe it is gonna reduce your taxes. I do believe it's gonna reduce what you pay for schools, but I believe that in the long run, we're gonna approve more housing, because you're gonna stop coming, well, some of you, hey, most of you haven't been to a meeting before, but I would love for people to come before this council and ask us to slow the growth. That's why I ran. That was my intent. And I believe that if I ask for a show of hands right now, your ultimate goal is to slow the growth. However, the impact fee only offsets, it's a patch for schools. And we as a council, I feel that this council and former councils are 100% responsible for what has happened to schools. But there's more to fixing this. There's more than just a patch to fix this. So I would love for you to all show up the next meeting and bring a friend or two with you and say, hey, York County Council, we would like for you to slow the growth. And how about having a little come to Jesus meeting with some of the municipalities? Here's how I feel. I feel like York County wants all the houses they can get. I feel like the municipalities and the towns, the cities and towns want all the homes and houses. They want everything they can get. And when we pass a full impact fee, the schools want all the homes that they can get. My goal and my role is to slow the growth. I've been very effective at doing that in the Lake Wylie area. We've not approved a single rezoning. If every council member here and every council member that represents you in a city or town would take that same approach, we would all be happier, because let me tell you, this might slow, and I want to ask Mr. Winkler a question because I was writing as you were talking and I didn't get it all. But I think what you said was, what was the number, the $58 per $100,000 per year? That's what you're going to pay without an impact fee?
That's the difference between,
And the difference in having one and not having one?
per 100,000.
Okay, I was just jotting as you went. Yeah. Let me tell you what you're going to continue to pay for. I got two pockets on these jeans. I can move money from the left to the right. I've still got the same amount in my pockets. So you might save a little bit of money because we pass an impact fee, but you're going to pay for more fire trucks. You're going to pay for more sheriff's deputies. You're going to pay for more road fixes, potholes, widenings, resurfacings. Ooh, that heat. Is it me?
Yeah, it's hot.
I didn't know if it was just this seat or not. But so you're going to pay that either way. And I believe that all of us working together with the ultimate goal of slowing the growth, doing what is right for the people that have lived here for a very long time, all of their lives in a lot of cases, for the people who've moved here in the last 15 or 20 years, who have come here because we roll out the red carpet with great schools and low taxes. I believe we've all got to work together to keep what we've got in York County like it is, as close to like it is. I'm not saying we don't approve any more housing and we don't approve any business. I'm certainly business friendly, but I say we take a hard look at what we're allowing to happen. And I learned a lesson with the Fort Mill impact fees. I learned to look at the numbers and ask for the numbers. I supported our chair, Michael Johnson, at that time 100% on what he felt like was right for the Fort Mill School District. And it bothers me to know, and this is coming up a little later in our conversation tonight, but it bothers me a great deal to know that what was presented to our Planning Commission and what was presented to York County Council included a school that had already been bonded. It was not legitimately supposed to be in that study. That bothers me a great deal, that we passed that with that in there. And the one question that I have asked is for a formula that, and I'm sorry, I don't have my notes with me tonight, but the one formula, I've sent it to the school district. Will you just update what this impact fee is gonna cost somebody? What is the cost burden? And I'm not talking to somebody, I'm not talking about to someone who owns and is looking to buy a mobile home. I'm talking to anybody and everybody that's looking to build a single-family home. What is the cost burden of this impact fee? Because in the former study, the original study is how it was referred to, I think, today. In the original study, it's 32%. Banks are looking for 28 to 30%. And since that time, the formula that was used, by the way, in that study mentioned that they were using a 3.5% interest rate, and the calculation actually used 3.25. That raises another little question for me. So I wanted to see, what does this formula look like at a 6.5% interest rate? What is the cost burden to the residents that are York County residents that I ran to look out for? I want to know those numbers. And I haven't now, for 2.5 weeks, been able to get that one simple number. I'm a no. And I'm a no for a second reason. Because I ask that we look at adequate public facilities. It's something that Tischler Bice also recommends as a counterpart to impact fees. And council approved doing that. But when it came back and it was a $50,000, listen y'all, we hire consultants all the time. $50,000 a bargain compared to some of the consultants we hire. That came back, it was a $50,000 cost for a consultant. And the representatives for the 3 school districts who have or want an impact fee denied that night. I believe in doing my homework, and I believe that we as a council and that you as a community need to see what adequate public facilities are. We've asked to see, is it legal in South Carolina? And what would be the benefit of that? And I was so disheartened by that because I had worked for months really to bring that up. Some people call it concurrency. It's the same terminology. You can Google it. It's the exact same thing. It's used it's used very successfully in Virginia, not so successfully in Florida. But my goal was to look at that and find out, you know, when a developer comes before the Planning Commission, the first thing they have to have is a willingness and capability letter from a utility. And my concern was, my quest was, what if they also had to have, before the Planning Commission and York County Council approves them, a letter from the schools that says, hey, we don't have the capacity. We're gonna deny these 500 tract homes because our schools are full. And it's costing the residents of York County for us to approve you. So I don't want you to think that I'm not looking out for schools, because I am looking out for schools. But what I'm more so looking out for is every resident as a whole, including those who are planning to build a house in districts 1, 2, or 3. So I look at things a little differently. My overall goal is to do the right thing. And in order for me to be able to do that going forward, I'm gonna need your support. I'm gonna need all of your friends' support. I'm gonna need future council members' support starting in January. And let's just do that show of hands. How many of you would love to have a little more quality life and slow the growth in York County? Only one person in this room? I think it's the majority. We've got to balance schools and quality of life. And we haven't done that yet.
All right, I'll go prior to Joel here. This has been one of those things, my brain has been on fire over from looking at these numbers. You get numbers here, numbers there, going back and forth. I'm one of those guys that I've never been a supporter of impact fees, but I look at situations whereas, you know, you've got the bond in Clover and the high the amount that it is and how much that could change simply by a larger impact fee. And whenever you're talking about large schools that are already at capacity, I feel like York is catching this at the right time. I'm also the same person that probably told Robert, it doesn't feel right. I've been talking about my feelings a lot lately. But, you know, it seems really high, but the numbers are there. That's what keeps bouncing back and forth. You know, a bond referendum, if you borrowed $115 million without an impact fee, that would require a $44.5 million increase. That's a $934.50 increase on $200,000 worth of commercial property. We're not even talking about the individuals, just in a tax base. If you pass the impact fee and you only borrowed $80 million using $35 million from the impact fee revenue, it would only require a $30 million increase. As I said before, the impact fee should not be what pays for schools. It's just one tool in the tool belt. However, whenever we sit here and talk about being fiscally responsible, this bond referendum has to pass one way or the other for the schools to get built. The question is how high is that going to be? And then that tax is spread out amongst everyone throughout the district, not just the people coming in. I'm also sympathetic to the home builder. My father's here. He's a home builder, local home builder. I understand the impact that it puts on a small business, but I also understand that that can be passed on. I'll argue back and forth with some of the people that I respect the most about how I feel this is growth paying for growth. And yet, you know, they come back at me as this just another tax. I've told many people I would let them know how I would vote on this prior to getting here. And still to this moment, I'm going back and forth in my head, left and right, between how I'm going to vote. Because I feel like if we lower the impact, well, we don't have enough time to sit here and come up with the right number. If we pass the max impact, well, is that really fair? If we don't pass an impact, or if we offer to defer this, am I setting it up for failure? So it's an extremely difficult decision, but hearing that there's 2,355 homes, and we did a little bit of math earlier, if we're looking at $35 million in impact fee revenue at $12,000 a pop, you know, that's just shy of 3,000 homes. That's only an additional 600 homes added on to what has already been approved. That makes me think that the impact fee is too high, because that's very, very quick to pay it out. That was one of the questions we tried to ask was, once this is paid for, does the impact fee stop? And the answer was no. It's not until the school grows. Am I correct with that? Or until the school is built. Is that correct? Okay.
Can you say that louder?
There's a 3-year time period in which to use the fees that are collected after the date that's specified in the plan for the capital improvements completion.
And I do think that as a business owner, this is a tax on one industry that is having to foot it. Yes, they get it returned back, but it does affect you significantly. We talk about how we want to encourage our local home builders, but the fact of the matter is, whenever you add impact fees like this, what it does is it brings in the track builders. The local guys can't compete. You know, they can't hire the engineers to sit here and redo plans to make up that money, and that affects our industry. That doesn't just affect one industry. A home builder hires a plumber, you know, your electricians, your landscaping, all of these things, your roofing, framing. It affects all of those jobs. It's not just one job. And these tract homes tend to have one set of people that come in and go through with them. So it's a huge impact there. But at the same time, like I said, this is spread out. I do feel like the impact fee, it was calculated at 0.4 kids per home. So whenever we're talking about growth, I don't think the numbers are really far off. I don't know if I finished saying earlier, if the impact passed and you had to, the $35 million impact fee revenue, borrowing $80 million, that's still a $630 increase, which is on a $200,000 commercial property. That's where Robert's number, I believe, of $304.50 savings come from passing the impact. So it's not as if we're not talking about a tax increase regardless. I disagree with Councilwoman Love on saying slowing the growth is what's going to solve it, because that doesn't help our local builders either. I mean, we can't just stop growth and say, well, you can't build in York County. We've got to make sure that we're getting the money to cover our schools. Act 388 is a disaster. I really wish, and hopefully this is something I can address on the state level, but a lot of our problems, with the mobile home fees, and we're talking about how high that is, and we're eliminating affordable housing, York is one of the few areas that is going to have a lower impact fee. Matter of fact, I'm probably voting to tax myself, because I've said many times I want to retire in a trailer in Sharon. So, but it's a difficult decision, and I've been going back and forth. I think the building is going to come because we have land. This is a great area. It's one of the best places to live in the entire state of South Carolina. Not just South Carolina, but throughout the country. We've got people moving down here. We've got to allow growth, but we've got to ensure that growth is getting paid for. And the question is do we all want to pay for it through taxes, or do we want the significant portion being paid for by the people who are moving here? And although that does hurt our local builders, and I understand the plight there, our children are what is most important. Our children are our future. So, I still don't know how I'm going to vote. I'll finish, let everybody else
Keep
vote.
us in suspense. I would like, there was a question that was raised, and I'm not sure I got a clear answer to that. Once the impact fee reaches a certain amount, so for instance, the goal is to get to 35 million, that is there a cap, or do you continue to collect it? I guess I'm looking to legal to answer that.
The collection amount is specified in the plan, and so you have the, I didn't think the cap was 35 million in the district plan. I thought there was a higher number for the improvements, and they can continue to collect until they reach that specified number.
Up
or
to the full improvement plan, improvement cost,
to the amount specified, yes.
the 115?
Yes, and that 115 is going to be subsidized. I just don't recall, and maybe you could invite, I see that Carson's here, so he might be able to answer that specifically, how that's utilized in the plan. If council could invite him.
Can you answer that?
I'm fine with it.
Chair, members of council, Carson Bice, Tischler Bice. So it really depends on two things. One is the impact fee study is for basically is with the time horizon of the current 10-year plan. So if 5 years from now someone were to come and calculate the impact fee again, just because you've started collecting money for the two schools in this plan, you're at a crossroads. If the school district is going to build additional capacity, whether it be at the high school or K through 8 level, in addition to these two schools, you would just revise the impact fee study to reflect current facility plan, current demographics, current costs. If at the end of 10 years, the school district has no plans for additional capacity, then we would recommend that the fee go away. Because you have to establish that nexus and you have to show benefit and proportionality. And so if you're paying a fee and you're not going to build schools, there's no benefit. Does that make sense?
That's not how government works. We collect the money and just keep collecting.
Well, that's what gets you in trouble. That's what gets you in trouble. So, yeah. So if after the two schools are constructed, you're at that crossroads. You either eliminate the impact fee because you're not going to build additional capacity, or you switch into what we call a cost recovery approach, where if the school was built, let's say, for 1,000 seats and you're currently at 500, new growth could possibly buy into those remaining 500 seats, just like you would a sewer fee. If you've got a wastewater treatment plant that's sized at 10 MGD and you're currently at 6, new growth buys into that remaining 4 million gallons of treatment. It's the same sort of concept.
Thank you. Mr. Hanson.
So I guess the question, there's no magic number, or there's no point in time where it just disappears. The fee just needs to be
You aren't
updated.
capping yourself. You can actually continue to collect until you get to the point of the full amount, if that were to happen.
Well, I would argue that once you've constructed the facilities, you need to change the methodology, because the fee is based on you building two schools. Now, if you're not gonna build at other capacity, then you need to switch to a cost recovery that reflects the fact that you've oversized the facilities and new growth's gonna buy in. So it would require a new calculation, require new credit calculations. So it's sort of a living, breathing sort of fee.
Is there any way for us to put a set deadline on this or to cap it?
I mean, that's a legal question. I've never known a jurisdiction to say we're just going to collect a fee for 3 years, 7 years, 10 years. Usually goes away when growth stops.
Can we specify the amount of the bond that's gonna be attached to the impact fee? So if we're looking at, if we're saying 35 million, are we saying it's guaranteed it's gonna be $80 million in, 80 million in a bond? Are we able to specify that that's gonna be the number? Because what if they go in and get a $50 million bond and now they're gonna collect $80 million in impact fees?
Well, that's taken care of in the methodology, because we have to give credits, because you have to guard against new development paying twice. So we tend to be conservative in credits, meaning that you get more credit than is actually due. But the idea here is that the impact fee is offsetting the amount of bonding that the district has to do. Now, obviously, if you have a recession and growth is slower, and you haven't collected as much impact fee revenue, then you probably have to go to the bond market for more money, or your first bond tranche is gonna be higher than what it would be maybe in the second tranche if growth is recovered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hamilton.
I'll only add that, I guess I'm one of the ones that wishes we could have a little more conversation about what the numbers actually are, but if it is take it or leave it, then unfortunately I'm in the leave it category, because we've touched on a lot of things, but one thing that I just personally can't get past, and I mentioned this in the first reading and second reading, is that we're telling someone who's building a mobile home that they're gonna pay basically the same amount as somebody who's building a single family home. So, if you're building a $500,000 or $600,000 home, you're paying a much smaller percentage. And if you're building or moving into a $100,000 mobile home, you're paying, 10% or more of the value of your home. What we're doing is creating a regressive tax where a disproportionate amount of the burden is being placed on the people who can least afford to pay it. And what we're basically doing is, we've all fought for affordable housing in York County, and if my feeling is if this goes through, we've basically killed any hope for that. And we're going to tell people, listen, you're going to have to move to Chester County, you're going to have to move to Union, you're going to have to move to Cherokee, because there's no room for you here unless you can afford to pay, $11,000 when you go build a mobile home, or $12,400 on a single family home that might be, $200,000. So, I wish we could have more conversation about what those numbers actually are, because I think there is a place that makes more sense, but apparently it's take it or leave it, or so I'm told. The only other thing I'll add is, I'm not against impact fees. I mean, it's obviously very politically expedient to tax people who don't live here or in the area yet and aren't voters and can't say yes or no and show up to tell us that they don't support it. But if they move here, I guess that's their choice. But, one thing, and I've mentioned this to, several people on council, this does affect my district, because there's people, I represent Fort Mill, I represent Rock Hill, and I represent old neighborhoods in Fort Mill, I represent old neighborhoods in Rock Hill. And there's a lot of people in those neighborhoods that have lived there for 40 or 50 years or more and find themselves faced with a situation where now they can't afford to live where they've lived for their whole life for generations, but they don't want to leave York County. And so they're looking at moving to York. And these are people who don't necessarily have kids that are going to go into the school district. They just, want to remain in York County, and that's the only remaining place that's relatively close to their family in Rock Hill or Fort Mill that they can actually afford. But now we're going to tell them, well, you can't afford to live there either. And I just have a problem with that. But the biggest thing I have a problem with is telling someone who's going to build a mobile home, they got to come up with $11,000 to put on it. And with values and prices going down, we can't assume that we can just bake that into the financing and people aren't gonna have to pay money, because I'm gonna tell you, those houses just won't appraise with that in there, if values continue to go down. So, you know, I can't support it, but it looks like Blunt wants to say something.
I'd like to offer an amendment that we reduce the maximum fee down to what county management, those numbers gave us, $6,700. This is an amendment.
Can I get my one time in before we make our second
Absolutely,
round? Okay.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
It looks like we're gonna have a few rounds on this. I am one of the ones who supports growth paying for growth. I've made it no secret that I support the impact fees. I think that they're helpful for the schools, and I have supported them in the past. The concern that I have is simply that we have a problem with a massive amount of development in one area inside the incorporated area, and York is not as homogeneous as some of the other areas that we've been. And so how do we address the situation where someone who lives in Smyrna or McConnell's, who has owned family land for years and years, they've been here, they stay here, they've lived here, that they're just gonna have their kids next year and build their house there. How do we create an exemption? And that's been the one thing that I've repeatedly asked for. And I've asked for legal, and I've asked for the consultants, and I've said, give me an exemption that protects these folks, because if I'm willing to build, if I have 50 acres and I'm willing that I can build, 100 homes on by right, but I am willing to restrict that and say it only goes to my kids and they can have a 10-acre plot, I am dramatically reducing the impact to the school district by doing that, not exercising my rights to build as I would, and yet there is no consideration in this methodology to address that. That is a concern for me. That is what I've asked for. In fact, I think that's important for this specific area to have an exemption like that. And I see heads shaking yes, but I don't have an answer. I'd like to have one. Can you write it out for me? That's my biggest hurdle here, and it's something that I have struggled with, because at this point the numbers are what they are, and the longer we wait, the bigger problems that the school has with trying to get those fees in. And we already know, I know that I've talked to so many people trying to get this right, trying to get myself comfortable with trying to figure out where to put this. And I think that the concern is the way that the state statute is set up is that you're limited in how you can do this. And here's a methodology that spits out a number, and there's other folks. I mean, the building industry, what's interesting to me is the building industry has reached out and said they would support 7,100. Well, that probably means a good number somewhere in between that. But then I'm told that that number is not sufficient to address the concerns of the school district. So where does that leave you? And how do we make a change? And can we make a decision conditional on finding an exemption for those areas? I mean, I think on some level you just have to do what's right, and if that makes it a problem later on for enforceability, then that is. I mean, that's what I'm struggling with currently here. I do support it. I do think it's closer to the full impact fee, but especially if the builders are saying that, you know, they calculate it with a different calculation that's somewhere near 7. So I'm getting out my initial comments right now, and I do think that additional debate amongst the council is justified.
I wish we had more time. I wish we had some more information, some questions that's been asked. And I know people from York have called me. Teachers have called me. I've spoken with the superintendent. There's a need, but there's also a question, how do we get this right to where we're not penalizing? And I've counted the tea leaves. I think if we don't do something about this bottom number, I think we're gonna walk away with 0. So at this point, I'm prepared to make an amendment that will reduce the maximum, reduction down to 53% of the maximum, which takes it to $6,700, $5,501, and $6,000. And I make that in the form of a motion for a new impact fee.
Second.
Michael, is the person who made the initial motion, I have to accept that, correct?
Well, I believe you have a separate movement and person seconding. You could vote on the amended portion of the motion first and then take the main motion as amended.
All right, thank you.
The amendment on the table.
And I want to say, I don't want this to be an all or nothing situation, but I think after counting the tea leaves, if anybody would stand up right now and say it's all or nothing, I think we'd be kidding ourselves to think you'd be walking away with all of it. And I think this is a much palatable option for those of us who can't stomach the bottom number. I think it's something doable. Does it give 100% of what the study says? Absolutely not. Is it a zero on the bottom end? Absolutely not. It may require a little bit more on the bond, but it's a little less in some regards. A little less than what you have to go for a bond if you walked out of this room with zero tonight. I don't want that to happen. I didn't support the Fort Mill impact fee at the 18 plus thousand because I thought it was too much. I supported the Clover impact fee because there was some reduction. That council member did some due diligence, put a lot of work in, and didn't want an all or nothing situation on the table. But this one, I think we got to come down. We got to be reasonable. We got to be rational because the buck stops here tonight. There's no more kicking it down the road. And I'm willing to put some skin in the game, to put my name behind a vote, to put my name behind an amendment, to say, let's put $6,700 on the table and see how that shakes out. And so hopefully we'll pick up another vote or two and get this thing across the finish line. You know, I've spoken with developers. They're not against impact fees. They want a good number that they can live by. I'm sure it's going to be some individuals sitting out here, your kids are going to build a home, and when they go ask for York County permit, and they only have to pull out a much smaller number because they already live here, they're not coming in from out of state anywhere. It's probably going to feel a little better at the end of the day as well. So that's my plea, that's my effort, that we do this at these numbers, and it's something that I can live with. I'm saying yes to these numbers, and if we can pick up 3 more votes on this number, I think we'll get this across the finish line.
I've got a question for Mr. Kendry. If we were to move forward with a lower impact fee like this, what's the process of coming back before council if they have trouble passing a bond?
You could evaluate an amendment to the plan and the ordinance and address a higher impact fee if that's what you're driving at.
So that would require council to do so?
It would require a whole amended plan and fee.
Okay.
With a different or a new analysis to support the number or reinstate the number.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Winkler?
I won't be supporting it tonight for the same reason I did not support Clover's when we came up with a random number, 53% because it feels good or sounds good or whatever. Unfortunately, there's parts of the impact fee ordinance that I don't like, but it is what it is. The state law says that the impact is calculated based on the student generation, the number of students in the housing unit, not based on the price of the housing unit. I would love for it to be a percentage of the cost of the house, but that's not the way Columbia set it up. And until Brandon gets down there and fixes it, we have to play by the rules we've got right now. Or we wait and we come back and do this in a few years when, Allison's been warning for a long time that growth is coming to this side of the county, and the York School District is trying to get ahead of that growth. instead of waiting until they've been run over it and they've got tire marks on them like Lake Wiley and Fort Mill did, and then try to put an impact fee in. So I will not support it, because, again, it's just a random number of 53%. It's just, I can't support that. And I think we saw in Clover that a random, somewhat smaller, wherever you picked it from, number hurts the bond referendum in the future and hurts the ideas in the community for supporting that. So unfortunately, I do feel like tonight is an all or nothing vote, because we have to play by the rules that are set for us by Columbia right now. And I believe if we reduce it, we hurt the school district more in the long run with a smaller fee, and we hurt their bond referendum chance more than if we do a 0 tonight and they go ahead and get a full bond referendum. So I will not support the amendment.
Yeah, just to piggyback off Robert, the lower you go, the higher the bond, okay? The higher the bond, the more impact on businesses, the more impact on residents. This is where we've got an opportunity here in order to support something that's going to end up being a tax relief for business and residents. Again, by lowering it, we're just making it a larger bond, higher impact residents, higher impact on business. I won't be supporting that.
I will support it. I'll support it because the impact fee is not meant to lower taxes. It's meant to offset the impact on schools. So I'll support the 6,700 because I feel like one thing that's very unique about the York School District is that they really are going to have a difficult time. Their millage, their mill is low. They can't raise the money that Clover and Fort Mill can raise in a bond referendum. So it just take a whole lot more people, and that's what we're trying to avoid in the long run, I believe. So I will support the 6,700 on the single family and the other numbers that fall in line with that.
Can I get a point of clarification from County Attorney? By us doing this reduction, are we violating any laws that puts us up for any kind of litigation if we pass this impact fee at this level?
I will be happy to advise you the answer to that question in executive session.
Well, can we go to
Do we have a motion for executive session?
motion for executive session for receipt of legal advice?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll move into executive session.
On the back.
executive session, no action was taken. If I can call us to order. Mr. Schoenfield. Okay. We are out of executive session. No action was taken. The current amendment for consideration on the table is the 54% reduction.
No, that's 53, reduction to 53% of the maximum.
I personally think that that's too low, considering the information that I've been provided. I think that's, I don't think that captures the cost. I mean, I would probably be in favor of something that was 25%, since it sounds to me like there is no legal way for us to do an exemption. That is my concern, is there's no way to exempt the family land. That has always been my concern. If there was a way to pass it conditionally with an exemption for that, that would help, but I'm told that there is legally no way to do that. That's where I stand on the amendment.
Call for the question.
Have we already got, has everybody spoken on whatever they're doing? All right, so as to the proposed amendment, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Opposed. Amendment fails. We're back to the main amendment. Do we have any other discussion?
Back to the original amendment?
Right. We're back to the main motion.
Or main motion.
I'll make the motion that we reduce it by 25%.
Second. Across the board?
Yes. Motion and a second for 25% reduction across the board. I think part of the issue is there is a 10% swing already in the generation rates that I understand. That's kind of a built-in ratio that's considered. We're talking about a max fee. I don't know of any other way to provide an exemption other than this is apparently the only way to do that, is to reduce it pro rata percentage across the board. I really wish that there was some legal that would give us an option on an exemption. We apparently don't have that.
Yeah, and I'm one of those that, like I said before, you know, I feel it's too high. The data, there can be room for error there, and being within 25% is acceptable. However, I'm gonna lean, as I always have, on these impact fees and stick with the person whose district it represents.
Yeah, same with myself. Again, the lower you go on this, the higher the bond. Impact on both residents and business.
I've already said everything I can think of to say. You know, I'm afraid that reducing it by some random amount will hurt the future school bond referendum chances and will hurt every single taxpayer in the district with more taxes. So I will not support anything except what we've already had 2 readings on.
How about a motion to defer?
No.
Any other discussion on the 25%? All in favor of?
I have a question. Where does this take our numbers to? Single family, mobile
I
home,
don't have a
multifamily?
calculator.
Single family would now be 9351. I don't have the base mobile home number, so.
It's 11,165.
It's in the order.
$8,374.
And the multifamily would be $7,677.
I'll say this, you know, we talk about, you know, random numbers. Even though these numbers are less, they're still random. So I still can't support it at these numbers because it still impacts that mobile home unit at $8,374. That still doesn't get it in the ballpark for me. You know, I tried with my amendment of what I thought would be palatable for me to put my name to, and if we're reducing it, why not reduce it to know that we're absolute helping that bottom tier number? I wish there was a way we can give that big number up top and a small number on the bottom. But the law says if we reduce it, it has to be proportionate to come down, so it just makes it that much more difficult. And the rules are what they are. You know, sometimes our hands are tied in a way that we just can't do anything about. So I won't be supporting a 25% reduction.
All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Opposed.
Amendment fails. I'm going to give one last shot to Mr. Bice. Is there no way to craft an exemption that you've seen? I mean, there was a proposal for Berkeley County that was suggested as an alternative that was reviewed by legal and determined that there wasn't one that existed. Is there any way to do an exemption?
Madam Chair, can you clarify? Are you referring to the scenario where you forego development rights?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think I told you in the work session, it's the first time I've ever heard of it in 30 years, and it's an interesting concept. It's almost like an opportunity savings instead of an opportunity cost. Yeah, I mean, I'm not an attorney, but I have not seen anybody ever ask that question or you know, float that out as an option in 30 years of doing this. And really, it's a legal question. I can't answer that for you. It's an interesting proposition, though.
Didn't Mr. Kendry look into that some?
I did look into it, and the Berkeley school impact fee does not, there is no Berkeley school impact fee. Spoke to legal counsel. There are agreements with the school district and the developers in certain areas of the county there, but it is not germane to a impact fee ordinance.
Didn't we have some discussion during the workshop that there was an option to establish an affordable housing baseline that if the home was within a certain price range, it wouldn't pay the full amount? Did we not have some of those discussions?
Could you repeat that, please?
Did we not have some discussion about there is an option that we can establish a baseline for affordable housing that if houses was in a particular price range, it wouldn't pay the full impact fee? Is that not an option?
I would have to look at that. I was not involved in that discussion.
If I remember correctly, Bump, it was that we could have certain areas if we drew it up as affordable housing, but it was not based solely on price.
Okay, because part of the argument, or part of the rub, is impacting people on the lower end of the home buying scale. And if I think there was a legal option somewhere, maybe I was asleep and dreaming, but if there was a affordable housing baseline established, that the impact fee wouldn't impact that level of housing cost. So some magical number, if it was $150,000 and below, wouldn't pay the full impact fee. Is there an option that we can utilize to establish that as an affordable housing baseline? So that would definitely fall onto someone purchasing a mobile home. I would think a mobile home could be purchased for less than $150,000, thus not impacting that cost to the full impact fee amount.
In this case, the school district is the boundary of the fee application. There's no demarcation between unincorporated and incorporated areas. Wherever the single-family unit, whether it's a mobile home or
Right.
stick-built, those children are paying the rate as calculated under the study, those families.
Right, I get that.
There's no, because those children, no matter over their geographic location, are still attending the same school that's being constructed. And there was no carving out of distinguishing geographic regions where the analysis was applied to one area as opposed to another. It's just one homogeneous, notwithstanding the differing views on whether it's homogeneous or not, there's just one district in this study.
So one thing we haven't talked about tonight that's part of this is that 55 and older communities are not going to be charged this fee. And that's something that, you know, we haven't brought up. But it does go towards some of your concerns of people wanting to come in or move to an area. They can go into a 55 and older community, not have to pay that impact fee. So again, I want to make sure we're open about everything. And that's an important piece of it based on some of your concerns.
That's if a developer does a deed restricted community, but that doesn't say a 55-year-old who's building a house would not pay an impact fee. That would only apply to a deed restricted community by a developer. So if my mom who wanted to build a house moved to York, who's 78, she's gonna pay that impact fee. So that doesn't address what I'm saying. That it speaks to it, but it doesn't address a 55-year-old building a single-family home. They're still going to pay that $12,000. So, but I'm talking about the affordable housing, who may be a 32-year-old couple who's starting out, who chooses to build, utilize a mobile home option, or build a home that's 150, 180. They're going to get hit with the $12,000. That's the component that I'm looking to protect on that lower end. Now, if they can afford a $250,000, $300,000 home, that home could more readily absorb a $12,000 impact fee. That's not what I'm trying to protect at that level.
Mr. Winkler.
I'll say a couple of things. One, again, I think we were told at one point that it may be allowed if somebody does a affordable housing development, that they could exempt it somehow, but then you've got to figure out what affordable housing is.
For the area.
And that's not a per home thing for a mobile home or whatever. That's just if they, kind of like a deed restricted 55 and over. I believe the ordinance might allow that. I was given one of those legal opinions to where, yeah, it could. You know, not a definite, but it could. But again, you know, then you got to have a study to figure out what's affordable housing and what's not, and then 7 of us, we got to agree to that. You know, so, you know, again, we're back to, we've got to play by the rules as they're presented to us from Columbia right now, and what we've got to do, and the rule says the impact is the number of students. You know, I saw some numbers earlier from the South Carolina Mobile Home Association saying the average mobile home in South Carolina, or the median, mobile home, there is a difference between average and median. Median mobile home in South Carolina was $60,000. I did a Google search before our last meeting, just looking for mobile homes in the area, and, you know, trying or for new mobile homes if I was buying one. And I did find a $60,000 one. It was 900 square feet, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, and I'm not sure how you fit all that in 900 square feet, but it was there. You know, most of them were in the closer to the $100,000 range for a single wide 3-bedroom. But what we're not talking about in all this, if we're going to talk about that, and this makes it even less affordable, but we keep saying a person buying a $100,000 mobile home. That's not their cost. They've got to pay $5,000 or so to set it up. They've got to pay 20, 25 or something, 30, 40 to buy land to put it on. They've got to, in the areas we're talking about, they've got to drill a well. That's about $9,000. They've got to have septic tank system put in. That's another $5,000. So we're talking about $200,000 mobile homes, basically. Time you figure $100,000, you add in 30 or 40 for land, you add in this, you add in that. We're not talking about this. We keep saying this fee is 10, 11% of the price of a mobile home. It's not 10 or 11% of the price of moving into a mobile home, which somebody would have to do, you know, the rest of it. So it is, still affects low income, but unfortunately, it's the rules we have to go by, and it is, you know, we keep underestimating those numbers, which I've said before, you know, is a bad situation in York County, but for affordable housing, there's not much, as was said earlier. But to say this is a 10% of the cost of a mobile home fee is not entirely accurate, because there's a lot more that goes into a mobile home than just purchasing the mobile home.
Robert, I have a question. You're more numbers oriented than I am. So in this, that was in the study, we've got single family, renter occupied, and mobile home, and the cost burden over here. I just don't want us to miss this number. 33.2% cost burden at a 3.25% interest rate. What is that cost burden at the new interest rate?
It's quite a bit higher on all levels.
So why are we not looking out for whether they're in a mobile home, a single family residence, or I mean, why are we allowing that cost burden to go up to what I think it might be? And that's the answer I can't get, and it's just, it's the most frustrating thing, because this was in the study. So why can I not get the answer in 3 weeks now to what is the cost burden? Because that's the first thing the bank is gonna say, I'm sorry, you can't afford this anymore. You could have, but you can't now. I mean, Mr. Bice, can you tell us what that number is?
While he's looking for that, I'll say if we give it a year and a half, because it's gonna take several years to build all these homes, more than likely that mortgage rate's gonna be back down to something closer to what they presented to them, because we're gonna be in a housing recession and a
Well,
recession.
you know, I've got
and rates are gonna
speculative
come back
numbers
down.
written on my page right here, and that's what that is right there. So I just wanna know, what is that cost burden? On the single family,
You'd be lucky to get 6% if you went to the bank today.
yeah, it's gonna be like yeah, you're right. But I asked for that at 6.5%. And I think we have to look at that. I mean, we're making a decision that's gonna impact everybody that's looking to build a house. And maybe we've already got our houses and we don't have to worry about that, but there are people that we represent that live here. They're not moving from somewhere else, from far away. They live here now and they're gonna build a house.
Madam Chair, so as we discussed during the work session we had, I think it was about 4 weeks ago, everybody was in agreement, as I remember, as well as at the Planning Commission meeting and the school board meeting, that if you look at the affordable housing analysis, nobody here believes that the folks moving into the school district have a median income of $51,000. To the same effect, nobody believes that the average price of a home is, you know, $150,000 or whatever it was within the district. And the challenge we have doing this type of analysis, and again, as I mentioned to you several times, South Carolina is the only act in the country that requires this analysis on the availability of affordable housing. So it's challenging. So the first thing you want to do is you want to use like data sets or numbers from the same data source, because otherwise I'm going to be criticized for where did you come up with that number? You made that number up. So we used the Census Bureau. And the reason we did that, as we explained to you, is that was the same methodology that was used when the town of Fort Mill adopted their transportation impact fee about 5 or 6 years ago. So we figured, well, there's some drawbacks to this, but it's reasonable. It's got the same data set, so you're doing an apples to apples comparison. And so we did the analysis. As a result of the workshops we did with the Planning Commission and the Board of Education, we decided, along with the school board staff, to run some alternative analyses. And the reason being is that I would argue, as we talked about during your work session, that the market takes care of itself. And we know that in the past year, and this, I think the data is from the city of York, that the average sales price of a house was $303,000. So you're not going to qualify for that unless the bank, I mean, obviously the bank's going to go through their set of rigorous requirements in order for you to obtain that mortgage. For me to guess what your income is to afford a $303,000 house is pure speculation, and I would be being criticized for coming up with a $225,000 number. So what we decided to do was really focus on what does the impact fee mean to a mortgage under certain conditions. We were also criticized for assuming a 20% down payment. So one of the things we did in the subsequent analysis during your work session was assume a 10% payment and adjust it to today's interest rates. And we showed you that at the, I think, 6.2 or 6% interest rate and 10% down, that no matter what the cost of the house was, it was $96 on a mortgage. It doesn't matter whether that house is $300,000 or $1 million, it's still $96. Now, obviously, if you change that interest rate and change it down to payment terms, that number is going to change, but it's going to be the same at whatever price point that house is. So that is the explanation of, you know, why we did the affordable housing summary or the analysis the way we did. The bottom line is the act requires no amelioration of the impact fee amount. It doesn't set any sort of standards for what is affordability or what percentage of your income goes to housing. So I would argue there are several different ways to look at what the impact is on housing affordability. And I would argue that the way we showed you during your work session 4 weeks ago satisfies the act. We just chose, as part of the impact fee study, to use like data. Income from the same source in the same year, housing prices from the same source in the same year. Otherwise, we are purely speculating on what somebody's gonna pay and what their incomes are gonna be.
Can I add to my question, please? Because it actually hasn't answered it. What you gave us in the workshop, the new numbers, were the city of York only numbers. We're talking about the most rural area of York County.
Right.
And you gave us city of York from May of '22 to September of '22. That's not a very good, that sample doesn't suffice in my opinion. But in your study, you had mortgage payment, and you gave all of those numbers. This was in your original study, and I got an email today saying that the original study is still stands, it's still accurate. And what I'm asking you for is to only update, only the one number, it's a simple calculation, the cost burden from 33.2% at a 3.25% interest rate. What is the new cost burden at a 6.5% interest rate? That's all I'm at. That's the only thing I want to know is that
It's
number.
about 40%.
40%. Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's higher than that. But 40% cost burden, we're gonna put a 40% cost burden on everybody?
But do you believe that the average price of a house is $156,000? It's not. It's
Well,
300.
if we're gonna
You
use
put it in your
if we're gonna
study
use
at
a handful of houses in a $600,000 development to skew our numbers, let's ask this question: how many of those people are going to York Prep?
I have no idea. I wasn't the one who
Exactly.
pulled the numbers.
Exactly. So if we're gonna use the high end to fill in our averages and make that number higher, let's drill into those
Well, that's-
houses and see where they're actually going.
I would argue if the houses are 200,000, the same relationship exists.
I don't think that's true.
I'm
My
not sure,
point is-
I'm not sure any of these questions are gonna change where
No,
we
but you
are
know
in the
what,
motion.
it just, I would like to have answers. I mean, we're sitting up here being asked to make decisions. And so you put a number of 160,000 in a study you presented to the Planning Commission and York County Council, and you're telling us that that number's not accurate. Why did you put that in your study? That's what you presented on paper as your study, as your statistics.
And I stand by that. It is the only data source we have that has income and housing prices from the same data set in the same year.
You based your whole study on something that you now say is not accurate. And so you change to a number that's 5 months of just city of York?
We didn't change any number.
You did.
We were at, no, did you, does the
Here's the
draft
change,
report,
this bottom of this page right here.
does the draft report of January 26 have any changed numbers in them?
Does, the
The
draft
draft
report?
report that the school district forwarded to the county for consideration, have any of those numbers changed?
They have not changed,
Exactly.
but you changed them in our workshop.
No, I did not change them. I provided additional information.
I'm not gonna argue with you, but it's costly to the York School District. What you're saying and not saying is costly to the York School District, and I don't believe that's what they hired you to be, is costly to them.
I think at this point, we have a motion on the table that is basically, I mean, I guess this is what it is. It's all or nothing, and there is no exemption. There's no willingness to have any kind of number other than the full amount from folks. Mr. Winkler?
I'd just like to say, according to the the Realtors Association, the average down payment in the United States is 12% down, according to the National Realtors Association. And there, in York County, there have been 45 mobile home permits issued in the last 12 months. And from what I was told, almost half of those were replacement mobile homes because we're so restrictive on where they can go. Most of them are replacing existing mobile homes, which would not have paid an impact fee anyway. So we're talking about a very, very small number when we're talking about all this.
As I mentioned earlier, they will come. People are going to come. They will come to good school districts. Growth will not stop. The question here is, do you want the people that live there and the businesses to pay for your schools? Or do you want growth paying for growth? We need to have tax breaks for residents and businesses in the area. People are going to come. We need to be supporting our residents and businesses and give them a tax break.
I would support a full impact fee if there was an exemption for what I said before, and apparently there is not one, and there's no willingness to back off of that full number. And I'm not one to give up. I like to continue to try, and it seems like we're close, but every indication is otherwise. Does any other council member have any other proposed motion that could help us address this?
I'll just say twice I voted for a compromise number that I can hold my nose and stomach. And I don't know what to do other than we can keep proposing numbers until one works. But if it's all or nothing and there's no exemptions and, you know, these are the numbers and take it or leave it, then I couldn't support it either.
I've got one more question for legal. In my absence from council, if a vote comes down and it's split 3-3, how does that work?
That motion will fail.
Fails automatically. Yes. All right. So the only thing I can think of is if we deferred it to have one more workshop, that way all these numbers, all these questions can go through, or it's all or nothing tonight. I mean, I'm not seeing any other alternatives here.
I would support a deferral to at least have the conversation.
We had a deferral up earlier and it got turned down, you know, just in conversation. But, you know, I've tried, I've put an amendment out, but, you know.
If we defer, it's just gonna die in a few weeks, so I'd rather have the vote tonight and be done.
Call for the question.
Motion to defer.
Motion and a second to defer. Any discussion?
Yeah. We just continue to kick the can down the road. I think that's what we're doing. You know, it was said earlier tonight, we were elected to make the tough decisions. It may not be the popular decision. Why? Why defer? I don't think anybody's mind up here is not going to change. It may be political cover for some, for those who are seeking political coverage, but the rubber has to meet the road on a decision. And it is not fair to those who are pushing for it, wanting a resolution tonight. I hate it, we're in an all or nothing situation, but that's what we've come to. You know, we didn't see eye to eye on two compromises that was put out. The same people are gonna be sitting here 2 weeks from now. Same people gonna be sitting here 3 weeks from now, or a month from now, except Brandon. And we're gonna need 4 votes out of 6 people versus 4 votes out of 7 people. And if we can't get 4 out of 7, it's sure as heck gonna be hard to get 4 out of 6.
Amen.
So let's face the reality of it. Face the music, put your stamp on it and stand behind it. I'm willing to do it. I've shown my willingness to do what I think we can get done. And we still didn't get it. And I think we were one vote away from moving on. We'll probably be 2 votes away when we only have 6 people. So I don't like the defer. That just gives people political cover, more opportunity to hide from what they're gonna really vote on. Let's do it tonight. I think the people who have come out here, who sit through this meeting, they wanna know tonight what they have to deal with, whether it comes to a bond referendum, impact fees. Let's don't drag this, let's don't send people home with a big question mark on their forehead. I'm not gonna support a deferment. Let's do it tonight.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion on a deferral?
Ditto a bump.
I would support a deferral because I refuse to believe that we can't come up with something with an instruction on an exemption, that somebody can't come up with that. If that's where I am. But I recognize the issue. And let me say this before we get to another vote. I want to say how much I appreciate the school district. Ms. Cox, you have been very good to deal with. The information that you have given us, I think, is top notch. I think you have worked hard for this. I think the people in your school district have worked hard for this. I want you to understand that I think that you all have done everything that you should have. I still think there's a problem in the law that prevents us from doing an exemption, and it needs to be done in a district like York where there is so very different folks who live in Smyrna, and McConnell's is different than downtown. There is no way to fix that. That is my hurdle for me personally, but I do want to say thank you for all of you that have come out. I think you've been extremely helpful. I think you've been extremely forthcoming. I've never had an issue with the numbers that you provided. So I would support a deferral just because I don't like to give up so easily and having this conversation. I mean, Mr. Roddy pointed out that, you know, we haven't had it openly. And that's because it takes getting to a point like this for issues to crystallize. So I do think that there might be some benefit, but I also understand, you know, wanting to have some finality to the decision. Who wants to keep dragging it out if nobody's going to change their mind? I guess that's. Any other discussion on the proposed deferral? All in favor of deferral, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
No.
What was that? Who said aye?
2 to.
It was only 2? Okay, so that fails too. All right, we're back to the main motion. Any other discussion on that?
Kinda hope not.
We've discussed it out.
All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
On the original motion.
Back to the main motion.
The main
Main
motion.
motion.
Do it again.
Basically, do you approve the full impact fee?
No.
All right. So motion fails 4-3. Are we good with that? Is there anything that we left looped out on that? Okay. We move now to new business. Council to consider the recommendations from the internal auditor regarding the boards and commissions. Is there a motion to approve removal of these committees?
Second.
Motion, a second. Any discussion? All,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
we're moving them to what?
I thought the proposal and the recommendation was to eliminate those boards and commissions.
Well, it's to start the process, I guess, because legal's got to come up with a whole bunch of ordinance changes and everything to do that. So it's not eliminating them tonight, it's just starting the process for legal to
Okay.
do all that, I believe.
So, Michael, do you need a different motion on that? Motion to authorize the dissolution or the process to dissolve those boards and commissions? Okay. Do we have that motion in a second?
Motion to authorize legal. Yeah. You can authorize legal to start the process of disillusionment of these boards as recommended by committee.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to consider first reading of an ordinance to amend the York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 92, Fire Prevention Code to update sections 92.28, Responsibility for Enforcement, 92.29, Fire Prevention Bureau, and 92.30, Standard Fire Prevention Code portions adopted, to adopt the most recent fire code by reference and to designate the York County Building Codes Appeals Board as the body to hear requests for fire code modifications and appeals of the fire codes officials' decisions, to amend the York County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 150, Building Regulations, to update sections 150.04 Building Code, 150.05 Electric Code, 150.07 Gas Code, 150.08 Plumbing Code, 150.09 Mechanical Code, and 150.11 International Existing Building Code, and 150.29 Appeals Board, to adopt the most recent codes by reference as modified and adopted by the South Carolina Building Codes Council for mandatory enforcement by all jurisdictions within the state of South Carolina, and to modify the membership and decisions of the Building Codes Appeals Board.
Move to approve.
I didn't finish the last sentence.
good.
To provide for a public hearing and to provide for other matters related thereto. Sorry, I was reading it as I was listening to it.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve. Mr. Kendry, on this issue, what does this change about the Building Board of Appeals? Can you share with?
Yes, well, our office needs to do an analysis on that. They're trying to combine two boards, and not they. The proposal is to combine two boards into one, and our office needs to analyze whether the jurisdictional requirements or the enabling legislation allows those two boards to be combined, and we haven't done that analysis yet. So first reading would be fine. We're going to do that analysis between now and second reading.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to make recommendations and approve Pennies for Progress 5 Commission. At this point, basically the membership of the Pennies 5 Commission is made up of 3 individuals who are chosen from the municipalities, Zachary Zapak being the Rock Hill appointee, and Chris Leonard and Steve Mellon are the appointees from as a joint membership from the municipalities as a whole. Those meetings did occur and that was approved?
That is correct.
Okay. So those individuals have already been appointed to the board, and now we move to the county, which has 3 slots to fill as well. The way we're going to do this is I'll allow the nominations, then we'll close the nominations, and then we'll vote on the nominations as presented. Do we have any nominations?
I move to nominate Chad Williams.
And I'll nominate Montreal Belton.
Do we have any other nominations?
Yeah, I move to nominate Jerry Helms.
Second.
I'll move to nominate Britt Blackwell.
Any other nominations? Do we have a motion to close the nominations?
Move to close.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. I guess we will go down the line of the appointees as they were appointed. Council recognizing that you only have 3 votes, so we have 4 individuals to vote on. You get to exercise your 3 votes. Does that make sense?
You can do them one at a time? Is that how
I'm gonna do them one at a time, but you can only vote for 3. So by the time we get to, you can only vote for 3 individuals.
If you vote for the first 3, you can't vote for the last one. So.
Right. Okay. As to Chad Williams, we have a motion. Do we need a motion, Michael, or we just
Just
vote?
call for the nominee
Okay.
and a vote. Call for the vote.
Okay, as to Chad Williams, all in favor of Chad Williams?
Aye.
Aye.
Raise your hand. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to, all right. Montreal Belton. Jerry Helms. Britt Blackwell. All right, so we have Tad Williams, Montreal Belton, and Britt Blackwell. Is there anything else that we need to do to officially formalize that?
What was those votes?
Make a motion that it
I'm
was.
sorry.
I said, what was the votes? What was the number?
There were Chad Williams, Montreal Belton, and Britt Blackwell got the majority
Okay.
of the votes.
Pardon me? Right, he would need to resign.
I think any of the members who are appointed to this board would have to resign their position. Correct. All right.
Do we need a motion to approve the?
Motion to approve the slate would be good, as voted upon.
Well, so moved.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to consider first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 153 of York County Code of Ordinances to incorporate a revised capital improvements plan as Appendix B to the school impact fee study and capital improvements plan prepared for the Fort Mill School District by Tischler Bice dated June 14, 2018, and revised September 7, 2022, to address updated capacity needs driven by residential growth, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Two noes, 5-2. Motion passes 5-2. Council to approve a request from the York County Regional Chamber for a one-time grant of $300,000 to assist with the 3-year implementation of the talent acquisition efforts. Did I not do 5?
You skipped one.
I turned my page too quick. Okay. Council to provide first reading by title only of an ordinance to amend Section 153-59B1 appropriation of impact fee funds so as to account for amended capital improvement plans and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. Council to approve a request from the York County Regional Chamber for a one-time grant of $300,000 to assist with the 3-year implementation of the talent acquisition efforts.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick comment on this one. You know, our partnership with the Chamber of Commerce is critical for our businesses in the area. What this is doing is it's going to partner with them as they work on a workforce retention program and a talent pool retention program that will help out our businesses in the area. Again, good investment into our community to help our businesses out. Just want to share that with everyone.
I also want to point out that though it is a one-time grant of $300,000, that is payable over the course of 3 years, $100,000 a year, and that this is coming out of our economic development funds, which are, we are required to use those specifically for economic development purposes, so this would fall under that.
Wow, you had to stay, how long? 4 hours to get your answer on that question? Y'all stayed a long time.
Don't leave yet.
We did vote on that, right? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. We appreciate it. Council to authorize contract negotiations regarding RFQ 2838 for mechanical engineering services for York County's HVAC replacement upgrade project as part of coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery funds.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to approve contractual amendment regarding a MOU with the Council Regional of Governments to manage Davis-Bacon requirements for fiscal recovery fund projects to include additional federal mandate requirement as part of coronavirus fiscal recovery funds program.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to consider first reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a third amendment to the certain fee in lieu of tax agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, the Lash Group, and Kingsley No. 9 LLC, dated October 5th, 2015, as amended, and other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to consider first reading of an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of an amendment to an existing fee agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, and Schiff Steel Company as sponsor, consenting to and authorizing the execution and delivery of the assignment and assumption agreement by Schiff Steel Company as a signer to Banker Steel Company LLC as assignee, and to provide for other matters related thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Hallelujah. Finance and Operations Committee, the Honorable Chairman Robert Winkler.
Thank you. We met this evening, seems like it was a lot longer than that.
Was that today?
4:55 today. And we had one thing, we voted on a allocation from Council District 6's discretionary funds for funds to Palmetto Women's Center. And that was approved, and we adjourned the meeting.
Thank you. And Economic Development, the Honorable Joel Hampton.
Economic Development also met this evening, right after F&O. We were models of efficiency this evening. We got two of these meetings done in an hour, basically. But the Economic Development Committee did meet. Present were Councilman Audette and Councilwoman Love. We had a presentation from Manning Kimmel and Alex Greenwald at Pathways, who discussed a work training initiative that they have going on there, where they're building out a training space to bring third parties in to help train some of the folks they have in their system that are looking to kind of get on their feet and get into the workforce. So they came in and requested some help with that and asked that the committee take it up. We requested some additional information regarding specifics on some of their programs, as well as some metrics that they'll use to measure their own success. And I anticipate they'll return to the committee with that information. Other than that, we got an update on some of our existing or pending projects from our director in executive session.
Thank you, sir. Council member, new non-agenda comments. I think, Brandon, are you ready?
Well, we're gonna see everybody else talk first.
You want to do that?
That's okay.
Oh, Lord.
I noticed you didn't look this way first.
Mr. Roddy.
I just want to take this opportunity to, go back and reflect on Brandon's comments earlier. I was his ninth grade football coach, and I've known Brandon for a long time. I didn't have an opportunity earlier, but I did want to say it's been a joy and a pleasure. I know we didn't always align up here sitting, but when we hit the parking lot, we were back in line. We never took anything outside of this room and held it against each other. We had some good conversations that we both enjoyed. Conversation we didn't always agree on, but I'll always be your football coach, even if you're in Columbia.
Yeah.
I know you probably root for Clemson, but it's Gamecocks in Columbia. But it's been a pleasure.
Is that your favorite college team?
No. But good luck, and wish you well.
Thank you.
And of course, I have to say one more thing. We had our comments before our meeting, but since this is our other opportunity to speak, I wasn't your football coach, but we've been friends for 20 years, and I'll say over that time period, I've witnessed remarkable growth and evolution of Brandon the human, but you've never lost track of who you are, which is pretty awesome. So thank you for not losing track of that even as you came into this position, and I know that you'll remain true to yourself even in Columbia.
Mr. Winkler.
I'll say a couple of things. One, thank you for your service on council with us. I've enjoyed getting to know you just in the last couple of years. As you said, I've known you probably less than any of them. Thank you for always being willing to take a call from me or return the call if you missed it, and being willing to discuss things with me, and offering a different perspective sometimes. That's important. So thank you for that. And I'll just remind everyone, all of what we're talking about here is tomorrow's the day to get out and vote. Please go do it. And don't forget what Mr. Taylor told us about earlier. Fortunately, or unfortunately, I'm gonna miss it for the first time in a long time, but Veterans Day Parade is Saturday in York. Please come out to that. I'm gonna be in Atlanta rooting on my Yellow Jackets playing Miami on Saturday, so. But please come out and support a good cause and attend the parade on Saturday.
Excellent. Again, just reiterating what I mentioned earlier, what you're going off to Columbia, and we're excited to have you there. I think you're going to do a great job. It's been an honor being with you, brother, and keep up the good work in Columbia. All right. The other thing I want to mention is I need to schedule a committee meeting, and for the health and environmental protections, we're going to go ahead and request to have a review of the Worth Mountain Master Plan done in that meeting. So again, just want to get that out there so we can get it on the books. That's it. Thank you.
So, Brandon, I just want to say thanks for all the passion, all those long night phone calls.
We still got 2 years.
I think that we can probably stay up longer than anybody else on this council. And so just want to also say thanks for spreading yourself a little more thin to include a portion of the Lake Wiley area that I represent too.
My comments before, I don't think anybody can ever question that Brandon has a passionate way about him. No, you never have to wonder where you stand with him. You ask him the question, he's going to tell you 8 times, and there's no way you're going to convince him differently. But at the end of the day, he's always going to walk out and shake hands, and that's laudable, and that's something that you don't see a lot. People get in an argument and they want to leave and disagree, and you're not like that. And that's what I appreciate most about you, in addition to the fact that you have just been such a remarkable person, you and your family. I mean, obviously, the entire council, our heart goes out to you with the things that you and your family have been through, and to share that personally and to be vulnerable to the people in the community, I think really has opened up some understanding in areas that we all need to be more mindful of and probably take action on. With that, I will turn it over to you.
Well, I've shared, but there's a lot still to share, and that's what tonight is about. But before I get into that, there's still some changes I want to see made as I'm leaving council. I know we've discussed VRBO. Allison, I've sent over the recommendation I think works well for York County. I'd love to see planning and zoning revisit that. We've discussed maternity leave for employees. I know we're reviewing benefits, but that is a top priority of getting these young professionals in the county as retention's so bad. We've discussed digital billboards. I've requested it twice, so I'm hoping that's on the next planning and zoning agenda as well. And I'm sure I will be in touch with everyone, and looking forward to getting this event center worked out, the details, because it seems like every time we think we got it worked out, there's 1 or 2 other little things, and we don't want to pass something and try to go back and amend it. And I know I've said recently I would love to see York County do a penny sales tax referendum to add for our educators and for our first responders, something to go solely towards that. So I still will like to reach out to council or figure out what we need to do to see about putting that on a ballot. But if everyone noticed, I'm going to stand up for a second. Everyone noticed I always try to wear a suit and tie here, except for whenever things happen with my son, I started wearing the T-shirts. And I'm setting up to show you my T-shirt because it says, "I'm okay is what you see." But the underlying message says, "I'm broken," which is, it's the way I feel 90% of the time. It's hard. It's very hard. But it's very, very important to me to use what very well could be my final public platform, should I not win tomorrow, for the House seat. But I've got to get this off my chest. Too many people in today's culture remain quiet just so others can remain comfortable. I'm not that guy. You've heard I'll go to battle with you every day of the week, and whenever we're battling, I don't stop. I'm kind of a bulldog in that way. But I hold no ill will. I enjoy getting things done, and things don't happen until we have these difficult conversations. Many of you know that on July 27th this year, I lost my 17-year-old son, Gavin, due to suicide. The heart that I wear with the less than 3 symbol on my shirt was a symbol that my son sent out to many friends via social media just prior to taking his life. While the mental health community is severely handicapped in South Carolina, one of the things I want to address on the state level, what happened with my son was not an issue with clinical depression or battling demons. Don't get me wrong, he had a share of issues. He had bullying in middle school and high school, but that's not something I can really hold kids responsible for. Kids are kids, and they're going to battle back and forth sometimes to establish dominance. In addition to the bullying, you know, he had things always said behind the back. We talk about being chatty like high school students. And I feel like I failed as a father at times in trying to teach him to man up and deal with it. I would always tell him, face your problems head on. The old sticks and stones will break my bones line. But bottom line, not only did I fail as a parent, but I feel like many teachers, administrators that failed to intervene when the bullying was happening failed as well. I must realize that our parents taught us how to handle bullying, but we don't have that same experience to be able to share with our kids. Our kids are growing up in a digital age, and it's a new age. I wrote this long speech, and I apologize. I'm kind of bouncing through this just because I'm not a speech writer by any means. But we as adults are liable for how our children have this, what I call a Chicken Little attitude. One thing goes wrong and the sky's falling. We have adults have forgotten grace, and we preach to our kids that there is no longer grace, and that one mistake will ruin your life. We see it more often in politics than anything else. You make a mistake or say something off color years prior, and yet we brand a person regardless of change as that person has grown. I refuse to ever act as if I'm a perfect person. I try not to run from my mistakes. Instead of being the man that made the mistake, I am the man because of the mistake. It took me close to 20 years to accept Jesus Christ as my Savior because I felt like Christians were either perfect or hypocrites, and I couldn't be either. It wasn't until I realized that we're all messed up and just simply trying to be better people. We need to all try to remember that before we go out bashing our fellow neighbors, that we are setting an example for our kids. In addition to this, what's happened to our homes and entertainment? We used to grow up with shows that taught values, and our moral compass has been shifted more into acceptance instead of morality. We're not all going to share the same beliefs, but we should have the same moral compass for the most part. Couple that in the fact with the trophy kid mentality, and you try to apply that to adult life, and it just doesn't work. If everything's normal, then nothing's normal. I prefer to teach that it's okay to be different. It's okay to not be okay. I strive to be unique. I am me, good and bad. Of course, all of you that really know me understand I'm rough around the edges, but also know where my heart stands with my community. Before I get into what happened to my son, I want to ensure I address some interesting statistics I've come across over the past few years. Number one, if you're experiencing any thoughts of suicide, please dial 988, which is the national hotline for assistance. Suicide is the second leading cause of death by people ages up to 44. There's one death every 11 minutes. 9% of teens have attempted suicide within 12 months. Wrap your head around that. That's a significant number. How many of those are high school? It's said that the good news is that 90% of the people who attempt suicide and survive never go on to die by suicide. Is that good news? If 90% of the people that attempt and are unsuccessful, but yet it's still the second leading cause of death, then what we have here is an epidemic. We can pretend it doesn't apply to us. We can act as if it'll never happen to us. But I'm the perfect example of you'll never know. I've been saying a lot lately that God gives you a Goliath to bring out the David in you, and I feel that's exactly what's happened to my family. Due to the graphic nature of some of these details, I recorded a video online on YouTube today that posts at 10 p.m., and I will post it on my social media as well, of the exact details that happened the night my son took his life and the days afterwards. Because I don't know what details could help people. I don't know what could. Any little word that could help. I'll say that when Gavin returned from his Young Life retreat, we had a very serious conversation regarding life, growing up, dating, how to move forward with Christ in your heart. And he finally felt that he had Christ in his heart when he returned from that retreat. With that being said, I felt like my son was living his best version of himself at that moment. He was happier than I'd ever seen him. Felt this was simply due to growing up and being confident in the man that he was becoming. I say that because many feel that mental health is simply battling depression. While many choose suicide, battle those demons, I didn't feel my son was in that category. Matter of fact, I felt so strongly about that, I've asked our coroner, Sabrina Gass, to set a precedent for the entire country on how we classify suicide in York County. I've not received an answer as to whether she will or will not yet, but there are many reasons, and most of the time those reasons are not expounded upon due to the family seeking privacy. A Harvard study I read the other day said that more than half of suicides are impulsive. Most just assume that whenever someone commits suicide, it's due to depression, but that's not the case. In the UK, recently a coroner set precedent by noting that the cause of death was social media. This was the first in the world, and I say York County should be the first to offer an explanation. We can really address the issues and find out what's causing this. For anyone that feels like committing suicide, I can tell you, tomorrow needs you. I can't say it enough. We need you. Imagine you weren't being scared of being canceled, bullied, judged for errors or judgment, and could speak open and honestly about how we all fall short. Let me state that again. We all fall short. Only one perfect person walked this earth since existence, and the public chose to crucify him. When it comes to committing suicide, we all know the reason, or we never know the reason. Some leave a note, some don't. In my son's case, he simply sent out a message with that symbol. We feel it can either add a section to the death certificate if someone wants to classify the death, or put a hyphen by the suicide, just so we can explain and just so we know. I feel it's extremely important because in the case of my son was being extorted. He was being blackmailed online. Not only did the blackmailer extort my son to the point that he took his own life, but he continued to try and extort my 16-year-old son, my 13-year-old cousin, and my family for weeks after the death of my son. This was done through Instagram Messenger, and I wholeheartedly feel that Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, could and should have done more to stop it. The social media company, along with Snapchat, and only our kids know what others allow for people to set up as fake profiles, and they target our children. The new fad is called sextortion. They're more interested in the bottom line of the profits than they are in protecting our children. Many will say that it's the parents' responsibility to check our children, but let's be honest, 100%, we can't keep up with the technology that our kids are learning. By the time we catch up, it's too late. This is all coming from someone that was known as the Facebook candidate whenever I won my race. Because of COVID, I couldn't run a campaign normally. I had to run it online. Not only do they allow this sextortion to continue, but they also allow drugs to be sold through emoji responses on Snapchat. We talk about the fentanyl issue here in York County. Social media is allowing these things. We're not holding social media responsible for their actions. They allow child pornography to pass back and forth. They allow bullying of individuals. And whenever you block someone, or then they will block someone simply because they make a off-color comment that really has nothing to do with it. They allow the modern-day mob to operate as a teenager to lure in our children, exploit them, and harm them. When someone sends you a friend request, we have the ability to block that person in every profile they create. Yet if you have to file a warrant for a profile, from my understanding, the warrant is for each and every profile, so the scammers just change profiles. To make this issue more complicated, they have the ability to mask their IP address and reroute it through multiple servers across state and country borders. Couple that with the way that multiple jurisdictions and multiple laws, and it becomes a nightmare. There's an entire TV show about people being catfished. It's one thing to be catfished by someone who knows and targets you, but it's a completely different monster when someone can sit at a PC in another country and target my child, your friend in Texas child, all at the same time, pretending to be a girl just right down the road. They create chat, earn trust. Next, they start flirting and send over some off-color photo to let our kids know that they're willing to share so our kids feel safe. They even use these apps that have disappearing features so the messages go away, yet what they don't realize is the scammer is recording all of it. They convince our children to send over a nude photo and use them for blackmail. They threaten that everyone within the friend groups will see these photos unless they send over money via apps such as Cash App, Venmo, or gift cards. If they can't do that, they won't. I mentioned gift cards, sorry. Let me say this to every teen watching. I could certainly understand the embarrassment of this. You can see why you would think this could ruin your reputation. Why wouldn't you? In addition to the actual embarrassment, you've heard us parents tell you your entire life that you'll ruin your chances of a good career of stupid things done online. You've seen athletes, politicians, entertainers canceled over one mistake. You've seen grown adults' lives ruined over something that they said 15 years ago. You even witnessed a Supreme Court nominee blasted over things that were said or done while a teen themselves, and that almost cost them a career that they had worked their entire life for. For all of this, I want to say I'm sorry. Hear me loud now. We are adults, and we are wrong. Our country's forgotten grace and forgiveness, and this cancel culture is nothing more than a cancer. It's eating away at our moral fabric while we try to act as if we're taking some moral high ground. We should be more concerned with where you are instead of where you were. Shame on all of us in the media, social media, gossip corners, and simply as individuals for feeding this and participating in it. Know that mistakes of the past are what made us who we are today. And there's nothing that we can't address together to improve. Tomorrow not only needs you, but it needs us together, working together for a better tomorrow. So in summary, parents, be aware, very aware of what your children are going through. Less judgment and more guidance is needed. Remember what it's like at your kid's age and try to look at things through their eyes. Let's stop the everyone is a winner mentality and teach our kids how to lose and improve. That is extremely important for our kids to develop mental fortitude. Let's also stop the man up talk with our young men whenever they show emotions. I thought crying was a sign of weakness and unfortunately taught my older boys the same. I now know that owning our emotions, being willing to say, yeah, now what, is a much better way to show strength. We all want to show we're strong, have it all together, be leaders, and act as if we've got it together. But let's not be afraid to show our youth that you know what adults are still fighting to figure out things every once in a while. Let's stop using these filters on photos, only posting our greatest moments online to show how perfect we are. Let's own our mess, let's be real, and let our kids know that it's okay to be real. They don't have to live up to these unreal expectations. To my community, let's make sure we don't become part of the mob when adults mess up. Stop this cancel culture crap. See people for where they are and not where they were. Let's pull together as one and fight for our community. Number 2 cause of death, and yet 90% aren't successful. 1 suicide every 11 minutes. Like it or not, this affects all of us. We can be better. Kids and teens, first of all, you are loved. I can promise you that. If you can't say anyone loves you, then we as parents and a community have failed to show you. but I can promise you we love you. Also, you don't have to be perfect. Just be better tomorrow than you are today. You'll be amazed at how far that can get you. I was an average high school student that dropped out of college, delivering pizzas until I was 21, no clue or direction on where to go or what to do. And I can promise you that once you invest in improving yourself, you find yourself. And just when you think you have it all figured out and things are going great, if you're like me, you're going to mess up in one way or another that will set you back. But guess what? It's much easier to move forward through all those hurdles you have overcome because you've been there before. There's a reason why most millionaires can go broke and still be a millionaire before the next person makes their first million. Experience and fortitude matters. You matter, and you're our future. You are the most important part of all of our future. I need you, we need you, and tomorrow needs you. Thank you.
Wow. Brandon, thank you for sharing and for being so honest. I don't know of anyone that I've ever seen who's willing to be that honest in front of such a large platform here and social media wise. I think that I had the opportunity, and I know this is not my time to speak, but I had the opportunity Sunday to go visit at a local church, and it was a children-led service. And one of the things I noticed about that service was how joyful they are and how uninhibited they are and how quick they are to want to serve. And then to see folks get beat down and not do that and to lose that for whatever reason. One of the things that the children spoke about was anxiety, this tremendous anxiety that none of us have had to face with social media. I think that is a huge issue that we all need to be very mindful of. And at the end of the day, while we serve and we answer to our constituents, we answer to the man upstairs first and how we conduct ourselves and trying to get to the truth of things and trying to make a difference. And I'm excited for you in this next step of the road that you're taking. And please let us know how we can help you on this council. You know that we support you and we support making a difference. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Any other?
Well, so everything else almost seems trivial after that, but we do still have two matters that we need to discuss in executive session. One, so I move that we go into executive session for the receipt of legal advice relating to a contractual matter regarding retention of outside legal counsel and for additional legal advice relating to the Blue Granite system.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll give 5 minutes and head into executive session. Out of executive session, no action was taken. Do we have any motions?
We have one motion coming out of executive session, and that motion is to retain outside counsel, specifically attorneys Laura Evans and Michael Trainin, as we discussed in executive session.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.